All right, y'all. All right, now, y'all. All right, y'all. You can't prime sub on Twitch until the 14th. Damn it. It's all right. That's all right. I need to. I have not read my Twitch chat in a while. How we doing, y'all? How we doing? Yellow.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Um, I like his big, beautiful bill. Um, I like his tariffs. Like what he's doing with the economy. You know, yeah, just to start off with that.
Okay. Uh, so can you list me some things you like in the big beautiful bill?
I like that it cuts $880 billion from Medicare, so it rips healthcare away from 16 million Americans. That's really good. I think that that's probably my favorite part. I like what he's doing with the tariffs as it raises prices for Americans across the nation. So people have less money to spend and everyone goes broke. I think it's really good.
Oh, and I feel like you're not a Trump supporter.
What? Really? I thought it was so convincing. Sorry.
This is not a good
No, I
way to
don't
start a.
like.
This is not a good way to
Yeah,
start a friendship, Owen.
probably not. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like Trump at all.
W's.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do debates all the time on why I don't like Trump, but I just want to come up and say thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. It means a lot, and keep spreading factual information, so we can keep that integrity of being the factual political party.
All right. I love you.
Yep. Have a good day, bro.
You too. There's no debate. All politics just cause a hate, and presidential party literally take turns. No. Nope. Yep. Ginger, thank you so much. Hope you're having a great Friday. I am. I actually am. I actually am. I actually got. I got. They. My audience is already made up for it. They've sent me and spoiled me, but somebody sent me a $99 invoice on Cash App, hoping that I would just click pay. Chat. Do you know? You know how much that grinds my gears? I hope y'all do that to MAGA. I hope y'all get a little bit of something out of it. Turn off requests on Cash App. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Chat, actually, don't do that to other people. We're better than that. But seriously, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. We're better than that. How do I do this? I'm gonna turn that off right now. Chat, tap the screen. Let's get some likes on the screen and let's get this party started. Um, how do I do this? Security and privacy. Incoming requests. Oh, no, 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 no. Nobody. Nobody. Turned them off. Don't you fucking send me requests for money, dude. Don't you send me requests for money, chat. That hurts my feelings. I had an ex that did that once. She would just send me requests for money when she was mad at me. How we doing, y'all? Happy Friday. What is everybody doing this weekend? What if it was 50 cents? If you're requesting 50 cents from me, I would pay it. I would pay it because I felt bad. I saw that, K-Law. I saw that. I saw the headline. I didn't read the report though. I'm doing good, y'all. Bowling and Korean barbecue with the wife? Dude, you're living the fucking life. That sounds way awesome. That sounds so sick. What's up, Kai? Let me go to my YouTube real quick. I can't move because I jacked my neck up. How'd you do that, Gracie? Did you sleep on it wrong? Why do all the people that hate America refuse to leave? Because that's fucking dumb. Y'all didn't leave when Biden was in charge. We're not gonna leave when Trump's in charge. You guys are just dumb and mad. The neck pain just starts, man. They wish we could leave, right? Why is it only one side that doesn't think it's dumb to tell everybody to leave? Isn't that fucking dumb? One of my family members reposted something the other day that like some dude was wearing a shirt. If you don't like the way it is, you can leave. How fucking stupid that is, dude. Do I have any hair? Have I heard about the study in the UCLA? The answer is no and no. Oh, that's actually a thing. That's tight. Yes, this is Topo Chico. There's a recall on this Topo Chico? Please tell me there's not. This is the ginger. Ginger tangerine. We didn't say we were leaving with CP Joe 1. Yeah, I know. Yeah. And I didn't say we were leaving when Trump won. I actually, you know what? I alluded to the idea. It might be a good idea. But y'all won by 1.7%. We can get this back, especially if you guys, if a few of you guys will wake up and look at what Trump's doing, we'll win by a landslide. That's why I won by a landslide in 2020. It was still fresh on your minds how bad Trump was, how incompetent, and now it's just how openly corrupt and disgusting and authoritarian he is. Just letting oligarchs run the government. You need to wake up. My town's never been safer. Crime is down during Biden from Trump. I haven't read anything on that, Ginger. No. Not in border towns. Border towns are already the safest in the country. They didn't need Trump. El Paso's the third safest city in the country, and it's been that way forever. It didn't need Trump to do anything for that to happen. It is true, Elizabeth. It is. I'll pull it up for you. How does El Paso rank in crime? One of the lowest crime rates among the 100 largest cities, with only 9 reporting lower rates. Top 10. Top 10, y'all. Y'all see that? Dang. 2022. During the height of it. That's crazy. Huh. It is. It's the top 3. It's very vague, like to rank cities in crime, like 1, 2, and 3, because there's property crime and there's violent crime and then there's population. So the mixture of the two makes it kind of vague which one ranks better. If it's vague to rank them, why did I rank them? It just proves my point. Either being top 3 or top 10. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Does my point still stand that this is a border city and it's one of the safest in the United States? In the United States. Not just like in Texas, in the United States. ICE qualifies as crime to me, right? Gotta love it. You're showing the cured for baldness thing? Yeah. Chat, 1 in 4 men have male pattern baldness. I'm one of them. I'm still handsome as fuck though. Where did the green go? They hurt my head. Hair's overrated. True. Thank you, chat. My dad's bald. He's cool as fuck. Dude, my dad has more hair than me. That pisses me off, honestly. As long as you have eyebrows, you're good. I do have eyebrows, you son of a bitch. They're just hard to see, okay? They're blonde. Son of a bitch. It's a maternal gene. Yeah, I know. Estrogen works better. Finasteride. Oof. I can donate my hair to you. I got enough to make a wig. Send it on over. Send it on over. Estrogen is the future. Guys, am I taking HRT to regrow my hair? What? Larry, is that your latest cope? The Democrats had our party taken over by radical, crazy extremists. I really hope it's seeping in for y'all. Seeing the divorce between Musk and Trump is really breaking the reality of some people having to accept that Musk can't be paid off, that Musk, their hero for running the government, the man who definitely knows things about the economy, about finance, saying that Trump's big beautiful bill is disgusting. It really breaks your brain. I can tell. And then to blame us for your party to be so bad is insane. What they've done is they've convinced you that we're so bad that they're the only option. That's how they won this last election. They're like, yeah, Trump is a criminal and a rapist and a liar and a fraud and a con and a felon. But Kamala laughs. We can't have that. She can't even put together a sentence, is what you say. Yet she's graduated. She passed the hardest law exam in the country. She's worked in the government for like 27 years in almost all the branches of government. But listen, the reality game show guy, he's the one who needs to lead our country. He's the one. Pickles, I got the R36S after seeing your live the other day. Heather, did you figure it out? Is it working? What's up, Artemis? It's not here yet? Oh, well, congrats in advance. What's the approval rating for Democrats? I don't know. Nothing about our approval rating has anything to do with our policies. Our approval rating is probably reflective of the fact that they can't do anything. There's not an action that we can do right now that would constitute us getting a positive approval rate. We can't stop any bills in Congress or in the Senate. We can't do anything, Supreme Court. We can't do anything. What would we get a good approval rating for right now? She was worthless as VP. Oh my god. You don't do anything as VP, chat. You're a heartbeat. That's what you do as VP. But she did. She was a diplomat, and she didn't set the world on fire like Trump did. I love that Pride Month has started with our two dads having a messy breakup. Ah, love it. JD's a great VP. He hasn't done anything. What has he been doing? Nothing? He hasn't done anything. He's been MIA ever since he got elected, right? Who gets little X? I don't know. Hopefully Trump. She didn't set the world on fire. Then you remember Iraq, Ukraine, Palestine. Yeah, things none of which she had any hand in. Right? We can blame Trump for all of the shit going on right now. If that's what you're alluding to, we can say, "Oh man, look at Afghanistan and India. Uh, look at all of the stuff still going on in Israel, still going on in Ukraine. Dang, dang, Trump's the reason for all of that. If Trump's so bad, how did he win? If Hitler's so bad, how did he win? Yeah, it has nothing to do with Trump being a good diplomat. Trump cannot take a hard stance on anything, and he's proven that. Trump cannot take a hard stance on anything geopolitically. He is friends with Israel until the people who fund Hamas want to give him a plane. Then he's friends with Hamas. Thank you, Mr. Rads. Thank you. I look very sick. I don't look sick. I look good. 200 people, no activity. I know. Trumpers are really. They don't got much to say today. They got to find out their talking points. Then they'll know what to say. Maybe tomorrow. The Trump team, their think tank is thinking of something. Give it a few minutes. Maybe they'll start an investigation on one of our politicians so that they can talk about that instead of this. Why do all leftists have a purple hue in their lives? Because it's manly as fuck. I just stumbled upon that Democrats for Trump guy. He's straight up MAGA. I know what you're talking about. His name is it's like Steve or some shit. He's hardcore MAGA. He's not a Democrat. Yellow. Voxa. Hello. Took 2 minutes for me to load up. I'm a liberal. How about all the investments in America since Trump? The jobs report doesn't really show all that much. 37,000 job growth? Not really doing much, is it? Yikes. Oh my god, guys, we're doing it. My why is my audience count so low? I don't know. Earlier we had it at 1100 people. I think the algorithm's not loving me this afternoon. Guys, I'm filling out something real quick, guys. Have you ever no? Hold on, chat. Hold on now. I have to look something up. Yellow.
Hey,
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
yeah,
Okay. What do you like about Trump?
um, well, he's doing okay, but he's not doing so well with, Putin right now.
He's not doing so well with Putin. What you said?
Yeah, I mean, to end the war.
I agree.
Yeah,
Well, what else? What do you like about him though?
I don't know. I just wanted to, tell you my story. Um, at 2.5, I got burned as an infant in Albania, and then I came to the United States.
Say that again.
I said, at 2.5, my birth mom put me in a wood stove in Albania.
In a wood stove.
Yeah, at 2.5.
I'm so sorry to hear that, dude.
Yeah, but I came home Christmas Day in Michigan, and then I had 14 surgeries at Shriners Hospital.
Dude, holy shit. How did you end up here?
Um, there was a missionary my mom was heard hearing about, and then they knew that I was in Albania and I needed a home. But I have eczema, and it's not fun. It feels like spiders. But eczema is like when you dig and stuff. It's because it's from the fire.
Damn, dude.
But I'm at a better place now.
Well, I wish you all the luck, man. That's rough.
Yeah, thanks. That's all I wanted to say, actually.
All right, well, do well. I'm sorry to hear about your situation, and I'm glad you're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm doing better.
Good.
They said that if I stayed in Albania, they just wanted me to put me in a place, and they would just wanted me to die because they I had some contagious thing, and they were just going to put me and let me just die there.
Dude, I hate to hear that. I'm
Yeah,
glad I'm
but I'm
glad
better
you I'm
now.
glad you're in America. I'm glad you're in a better spot. I'm glad you found a better home.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
anytime.
bye.
All right. Yeah, we wish him well. Guys, give me a second. I'm filling something out. We're kind of low. Chat, how did the thank you guys so much for the 20K likes. Where is everyone? What's going on? Boom, chat. Yes, I'm good. I'm locked in, guys. I got a response about my agency. I'm so excited. Yeah, I guys, I'm sorry. I disengaged because I got a response about the agency thing. Yellow.
Hey man, how
What's
are you?
doing good? Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, like, is that the Chiron? Like, no, no, no. Like, dude, internationally, he's a disgrace on your country.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, it's pretty sad, man. Like, look, I don't want to interrupt your Chiron or whatever demographic that you're spewing, so that's fine. But like, dude, and now you've got like little children in the schoolyard, Elon and Musk. Dude, he is so fucking hilarious to the rest of the world. We're like, oh my god, powerful nation in the world are fighting like little schoolyard children. Like it is so disgusting, but also hilarious at the same time. It's like that shit you can't look away, even though you're like it's fucked up but you can't look away. It's literally what is happening in real time.
Yep.
IRL, man. It's
Yeah.
fucked, bro. It's like, oh, look, I'm happy to have a discussion with like politics around whether it be Australia, America, Asia, even what's happening in Congo, even like regardless of multiple topics, I'm happy to talk about. So yeah, there's no one in this live, so I'm happy to have a discussion with you, man.
I
Just because I
appreciate you.
feel like you're a
I have another opposition,
decent
so
person.
I'm gonna move on to this debate. I appreciate you coming up
No
though, Sea
problem,
Dog.
man. Mad respect, mad respect. I got
Appreciate
you,
it.
man. I got you, boy.
Take it easy. Hello.
Hey man, I was in your live earlier, but the queue was just too long. But I wanted to jump on something you said. You said like we're not the same, Democrats and Republicans, because Democrats actually help the middle class,
Yeah.
where Republicans just help the rich.
Yeah.
But what about in Joe Biden's term? You know, with his tax breaks to the rich. You know, in the Inflation Reduction Act and the Chips Act, you know, he gave corporations and the rich tax breaks. You know.
You're talking about subsidies.
Yeah.
So those are necessary for us to compete. So this is the difference. What Trump does is he gives huge, open, sloppy tax breaks to everyone. And then he
Right.
says, you promise, you better make jobs, you better do something meaningful with it that helps our economy. You better not do stock buybacks, you better not just pocket all of this money. But when Biden says, here's money, you have to use this for manufacturing. You have to use this for manufacturing EVs or batteries or
Right.
microchips. That is useful. That forces us to do something and be productive with it. What Trump is doing is he's basically just exploding the deficit and creating a huge bubble of wealth at the top of our economy with like the top richest most few thousand people, and at the expense of the middle class and the lower class paying for it. And
How
this
are
is
they
why
paying for it if they also got a tax break?
we got a smaller tax breaks than they did, and it was also temporary. And also, what he did was he also undid a lot of the deductions that the middle class enjoyed.
All individual tax cuts were temporary, including the top 1%.
That's not true. The
That is true. So why do you have this panel if you're out here just spouting propaganda? The only thing that was permanent
or
was
the
the corporate
corporations,
tax cut.
yes, and that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, but the 1% still have a tax bracket
Yeah, but they
that
don't
was
pay
not
themselves
permanent.
like you think. You think that the top 1% earners actually pay themselves by taking like Elon Musk, he takes a fucking like $10,000 salary and then he uses his stocks as collateral to take a giant loan and he lives off that loan. He doesn't just take a salary like an idiot. That's what they do.
But you're claiming all rich people own corporations, or what's the claim here?
Most likely, most of them, yeah.
Most likely, most of them.
Yeah, who doesn't? Can you name a rich person who's not an owner of a corporation?
Trump.
Trump owns real estate to the biggest degree. He's a
Well,
real
give
estate
me
mogul.
Bill Cosby, bro. Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby probably
Bill
has
Cosby,
an
man.
LLC.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
No. Right there. That's
I can
it.
almost guarantee you that Bill Cosby has an LLC.
R. Kelly. I can keep going. P. Diddy,
Okay, those all have LLCs.
Jay Z.
You talk about Jay-Z has fucking beats. That's what made him a
Okay,
billionaire.
okay, fine. But you said the Democrats actually help out the middle class, but I don't understand because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act help the middle class. So
Barely.
Republicans do.
Okay, here's the misconception. Every 8 years we have a new tax code, right?
Right.
It wasn't Trump's brilliant idea to write some tax cuts for everybody. It was what was going to happen with or without Trump. What Trump did is he slid all of the deductions to the richest of the rich. You can read about this in the Brookings analysis, the 10-year analysis. He did all of the things that we usually do for the upper class. He took them and he bumped them up as high as you can without exceeding the $1.7 trillion limit. He bumped them all the way up, and that's why the individual tax cuts, they ended early.
They didn't end early. I mean, they're still in effect right now. So how did they end early?
They ended 2 years before. They ended 2 years. Well, technically, it was like a 10-year plan. They ended 2 years before the 10-year plan ended, and the only thing that was permanent was the corporate tax cuts. You're right.
So are you claiming that there was an increase after the 2 years, or what did you say?
After 8.
Which would be right. It would be December 2025. This year would
Yeah.
be 8. Right.
And that's when they're due to expire. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the big beautiful bill also extends those
That's
tax
not
cuts.
the tax. That's not the tax cut though. Some of them for a few like nothing great. And then Trump's tariffs are basically the Trojan horse for the tax increase for y'all. So y'all don't know it yet, but tariffs are taxes on us. The middle class and lower class are going to bear most of those taxes.
Then why has the CPI gone down?
We have to wait for the tariffs to bear out. There's been such uncertainty in the market, and the tariffs have not been in place for long enough for us to study this. He's changed the amount of the tariffs every 2 weeks.
But we get an inflation rate every month, and he's had some of those tariffs in place since February.
Yeah, and we've seen an 8 increase rise in a lot of items in Walmart. We've seen an 8 increase rise in prices on a lot of things. We've seen a 3% total in all things. So they have
But
risen.
overall, CPI has declined, which is all CPIU, which is all products.
Okay, but in general, the 3% increase is what we've seen.
But you're talking about like a few couple of items where like altogether
No, I'm
it's
talking about
declined.
most things, grocery stores.
You said Walmart like was raised like this and this, but overall we can just check the consumer price index and see that it's actually declined.
Okay. But from when to when? It's a 2.3% increase from the previous year. Okay, it hasn't declined. You just lied. It's right here. Went up. Where'd he go? He left. Shocking. I guess he's not used to people showing fact checking live on the stream. You see this, chat? My kung fu's strong. Don't try to lie to me, chat. We don't do that here. We don't fuck around with that. Chat, tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. I'm not Trumper according to BLS Bureau of Labor Statistics. CPI is down slightly. Let's see. Here's May. All items, 0.2, 2.3. Oh, you're right. Since January, it's down. But in February, it was already there. And you can't say that Trump did anything to make CPI go down in like 1 week, in 9 days. He didn't do anything. That's still Biden. That's still Biden economy. That's before Trump did his tariffs. And then they started rising. GDP is down. GDP going down 0.3 is bad. And we are going to see a recession, just like Elon Musk says, just like the Fed, just like the Atlanta Fed says. We are going to see a recession by the middle of this year. Yeah, Trump even said that was the Biden economy. Yeah. Trump even. Yo.
Yo.
What's up, bub?
Just want to say I love you.
I love you back.
You and Johnny are my favorites, and I don't even like battles, but when you guys battle, oh man,
You don't mind?
I root for you.
That means
I
a
never
lot.
give money to any creator. Sorry, I suck, but you know.
That's okay. You'll come around.
Yeah, GDP is the most important measurement. I think the most important metric. I think stock
Yeah.
market is who cares. But GDP, like, yeah, if you have a growing GDP, that says everything. We have a shrinking GDP, and that's all Trump.
Yeah. It's going to go even
It's all
harder.
Trump.
It's going to shrink even harder with his deportations. Agreed.
Absolutely. It's going to cost a fortune, and it's going to just absolutely cripple our fucking workforce and our economy in general.
Yeah.
Anyway, love you, buddy. That's it.
All right. Love you back.
Whee!
My stepdad's in the steel industry. Made more money this year than all of last year already. Didn't we just see somebody in the steel union talk about how Trump is making him feel ignored? Paul Kengor, Trump's big deal for steelworkers. Steelworkers feel gut punched as Trump plans to block takeover. Yeah, did he allow the fucking Japanese steel company to come by? Pennsylvania steelworkers are feeling gut punched after President Trump said he would block 14.9 billion sale of U.S. steel to a Japanese company. But wait, that's not what happened. That was December 4th. Did Trump allow Nippon to buy steel company? Yeah, it was Nippon, right? Trump hails Nippon Steel as great partner as deal awaits approval. But didn't they get a majority share? Or today celebrate blockbuster agreement that will ensure a storied American company stays an American company.
Yo, hello.
Yellow, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
The defense spending.
cutting out. I can't hear you when you're teacupped.
Wait. Did you hear like all the other stuff I said?
No, you were teacupped.
Oh, all right. So first off, his economic performance. Like first off, his unemployment hit record lows pre-COVID. Um, stock market hit all-time high. Plus that, like the main thing is like how other countries can't take advantage of us. Like he'd pressure our
I would say you would love Biden because he did better unemployment and higher stock market.
Did he though?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, Biden got 3.5% and Trump did 3.6 in unemployment, and Biden's stock market capped out at 44,000. Trump immediately made it plunder. In fact, when he got into office,
And why was that?
because of his tariffs creating uncertainty in the
And
markets.
and are the tariffs bad in your
Yes.
opinion? Why?
Blanket tariffs are really bad.
But why?
They're just a tax on the United States. They're not going to bring back jobs. They're temporary, and they disincentivize innovation and competition. And no matter what, if we decide to be producers of goods here in the United States, they will be produced at a higher price than in China, and people around the world will still continue to buy from China, not from us, making our production very weak and incestuous.
But morally, is Chinese labor good?
I think it's just fine.
Why? Just from what I've heard, like especially those Apple factories, they need to set up nets to stop people from committing suicide. So
Yeah,
it seems like
it's gotten better and better as the longer we trade with them. There are far fewer people working at slave wages, and there's far fewer children working wages. But the important thing to know is that in China there is almost no homelessness. So while you can say, "Oh, dang, look at these people working horrible jobs," we have hundreds of thousands of people that are homeless here in the United States that nobody will do anything for.
yeah. But you see, for here, it's about 1% of the population are homeless, and it's usually due to drug issues and stuff like that. But in China, yeah, I mean nobody is homeless, but the average Chinese person lives much below the means of the average American person, which is why, yeah, I mean China,
They're on a
although yeah,
trajectory to beat us in every sense of the word. They're in a trajectory, and that's why Trump is scared of them, right?
yeah, like they are an economic superpower. They like they do have lots of potential, but like the way that they get this potential is not morally right, you know? And it's
I mean that's it's hard to say, right? Like we have we are heading in the same direction. We have wealth inequality hitting all-time highs every year, especially when Republicans fuck with our tax codes and like pretty much y'all are the party of stifling labor rights, union workers. You guys are also trying to reverse child labor laws, all those things. So if you enjoy labor rights and if you aren't just virtue signaling, you would vote blue.
what about Trump's tax cuts on the lower income Americans?
They're not even close to what Kamala would have done, and they're offset big time by the tariffs. The tariffs are by far a higher tax on the lower and middle class.
But we also need taxes and tax money to pay back the massive deficit from Biden's
Yeah,
bills and
that's a
spending.
no-brainer. Biden didn't spend nearly as much as Trump. Biden spent $2.2 trillion non-COVID, and Trump spent 4.4. He spent 8.6 total, and Biden spent 4.3 total.
On what though?
On infrastructure, which is way better than what Trump did. He did infrastructure. He did the PACT Act, which is the largest veteran healthcare bill in decades. He did the Chips and Science Act, which made manufacturing for microchips, EVs, all sorts of stuff here in the United States to the tune of like $1 trillion worth of investments. He did the Inflation Reduction Act, which hired tons of IRS agents who, for every dollar we spend in the IRS, we get $5 to $9 back. He also increased minimum tax for corporations making $400,000 or more by 15%. He also invested in a lot of alternative energies, which also reduced the cost of oil. He drilled more than anybody in U.S. history or in the world at any point in time. He also made a world record investment in climate change.
But you see, like these spendings, just like from the Cold War, they're going on the credit card, and it'll have to be paid back at some point. And
Dog,
I
your
mean,
guy is about to raise the debt ceiling by $4.5 trillion. Again, Trump by himself before any of this is responsible for the nation's 1/4 of the total debt of this nation. Just Trump. Just
I
Trump.
haven't read much about the his bill. What's what's it on?
The, the big beautiful bill?
Yes.
Okay, I don't. That's somewhere else. That's going to add something like $3 trillion. I've heard everywhere from 2.3 to 5.3 trillion dollars. Once to our deficit, the deficit is different than the debt, right? So deficit would be recurring. If it adds $2.3 trillion to our deficit, we are fucked forever. And Trump's just doing this to give rich people tax breaks. It's very sad that you guys are cheering this on.
But he's also cut certain programs to
Not even
reduce
close.
spending.
Not even close to pay for it. It still exceeds this amount of deficit. It doesn't even come close. He's cutting people's health care so that rich people get tax breaks. Make it make sense? Why would you want that?
I mean, I guess morally, it's not as good, but as you said, like the rich people. I mean, obviously they're like the um like the lead capitalist. Like just like in China, I mean, like they kind of do the same thing, and like and them having tax breaks make the country as a whole do better because they're the controllers of everything, and
The best time in our country's history is when we had like a 41% tax break. I mean tax rate for the richest. And that's when we built all our schools, all of our highways. That's when the middle class made the closest to the richest of the rich. We had a very small wage or wealth gap. I think it's completely antithetical to everything that we stand for, and it's just exploding our deficit. That is what explodes our deficit, not Biden creating enormous amounts of jobs by using subsidies.
what do you think about the immigration?
I think that Trump's an idiot and that he should leave everyone alone
But why do you think that?
because they are net contributors to our economy.
But like morally, I guess. So illegal immigrants, they come in, and because they're undocumented, they they obviously get paid this. They get paid under the table. They get paid
Not
in
really true.
cash, which which also leads to exploitation. So yeah, and it also takes jobs from normal Americans, and
Yeah,
it also
I
takes
I would contend that a lot of the people that work under the table, they use an ITIN number. They usually get paid a lot more than minimum wage. If you don't like 7.25 an hour, which is minimum wage, you would not vote for Republicans. They do not ever want to pass an increase in minimum wage federally, and it's disgusting. The only people who do that are blue states. That's what we do. But if you care about these things, then you would vote blue. But no, if you're working here, you're 80% more likely to be an entrepreneur if you're an undocumented migrant. Second of all, to be here undocumented, to cross the border without inspection, that's a $50 fine, jailable offense of like 1 day sometimes. It's not a big deal. It's not worth us spending $88 billion a year deporting all of these people to shrink our economy, to fuck up our flexible labor force. It makes absolutely no sense. They paid $97 billion in taxes last year, federal taxes, which we are in a population decline. So things like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, they're all becoming insolvent because our youngest people are not having children. These people who are migrating to the company are fixing that. And think again that you're worried about them being paid under the table. If you are a business owner and you're pulling out cash to pay these people, you're paying a huge federal tax on pulling out cash. That would be considered an income, like personal income, and you would pay like 30% taxes on that. So we're probably getting even more taxes than that $97 billion we're talking about that we collected in ITIN.
so if you're pro Mexicans coming in, then why would you be pro illegal immigration and not legal immigration?
The legal immigration is a very hard and narrow path to walk. and Republicans have made it almost impossible for them to have a pathway to citizenship. The first thing that Biden did was he introduced a bill that would make it easier for people to get a pathway to citizenship in 2021 when he first got into office. Republicans shot it down. We are constantly trying to do this so that they don't have to sneak over, but it's getting impossible because you guys are propagandized to think we're trying to get them to vote, which just doesn't even happen. We had like 4 of them try last election. That's about it. 4, literally, in the state of Texas. Uh, it doesn't really mean anything, but we are not for illegal migrants, but we're for a pathway to citizenship.
But also, if our borders are closed, which would obviously like force legal immigration more. But if we have closed borders, it would prevent the what is it, like 36,000 pounds of fentanyl coming through.
Yeah,
Is
first of all,
that
if you
correct?
can abbreviate that word, like use a code word, like the F drug.
The F drug.
So
And
86% of that comes into the country is brought by a U.S. citizen, so it has nothing to do with migrants, almost nothing to do with them.
but wait, but yeah. So it'd be from a U.S. citizen, but you see, it's through the border. So
Yeah,
that's why
but
it should be closed to prevent that from
that
happening.
doesn't do anything. They come through the ports of entry. Same thing. They would come right through the same way.
And but well, wait. What do you mean ports of entry?
Citizens that are caught, 86% of the F drug that is seized at a port of entry is from citizens.
Well, that also means if we close the borders, then that other 14% would
I think your version of closing the borders is incoherent. You think closing the border means like no traveling either way? That's incoherent. That doesn't mean anything. That's not a thing. You can't name one thing that Trump has changed at the border in regards to laws as to like your eligibility to come across. All he's done is done like stochastic terrorism to make sure they don't want to come.
well and also um crime rates as well. Like the reason why like there's a big process with immigrants is because like crime obviously like they want actual good citizens to be part of our country. and
That's not
and
true
I mean
either.
I don't see what's wrong with that.
You guys, that's not true either. So we have like Trump reversing legal status of people who came here legally, who like got their background checks, did all that stuff, talked to the government, like started the asylum process or got temporary protective status. All of these people, Trump reversed them all. He reversed all of their statuses so he can deport them. So you guys don't even want legal people to come.
Oh, I see. I mean, like, I'm not like um much of a debater. I mean, I don't know much about politics. I was just coming in to learn a bit, I guess. But yeah, thanks for the debate.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
Yeah.
The extreme majority are law-abiding folks. That is correct. They are far less criminal than a U.S. citizen. They are 1/3 less likely to commit a violent crime, 1/4 less likely to commit a property crime. They literally only did 29 murders last year out of 17,000 murders. And it makes no sense. It just shows how bigoted the right is. They would rather pour billions and billions of dollars to stop 29 murders when we could take like $1 billion and stop probably thousands of murders of a different type, thousands of people dying in a different way. I did the math. 75 people died last year from bee stings. And what we could do is we could get the $60 EpiPens that Colorado has made available by law and give them to 1% of our population who is allergic to bees and literally save 75 lives per year using $21 million instead of the billions, billion, 230 billion that Trump has spent already this year trying to chase down migrants and ruin people's lives and terrorize people and fuck up the economy, remove people from the workplace, just complete fucking disaster. Stomp on people's human and civil rights. Where are my greens? Chat. Chill, dude. Yeah, more death by bee stings than migrant murders? Yes. The migrants that killed people, 29 murders last year out of the 13 million of migrants that were here undocumented. 29 murders. That would, if that was an island by itself, that would be the safest island, safest country on planet Earth by light years, by far. And if you look at the bee stings, yes, 75 people died from bee stings, which is like almost 3 times as many people that died from migrants. And when Trump started this whole mess, when he said they're not bringing their best, they're all rapists, they're all criminals, in 2017, the amount of people that were killed by an undocumented migrant was 3 people. If only you guys knew how to look up statistics, it was 3 people. You guys voted for racism over 3 people dying. 3 people. It was 2018. Yeah, 2018. He didn't. Trump did not change any laws. The first 3 years of his presidency, he didn't change any laws at the border. He didn't do anything. So yeah, 3 people. Did I order this hat online? Yeah, I did on Amazon. He enforced the laws. He didn't do anything. He didn't do nothing. He broke the laws, honestly. Give me a smile for the dancing weekend. It's my Chandler Bing smile. Prove it. You're the fact checker. All right. Here you go, chat. Here you go. You guys don't believe me. Here you go. Here is fiscal year 2017. Up, up, up. 2017, homicide manslaughter, 3. Fiscal year 18, 3. Fiscal year 19, 2. 3. And then it goes to 60. And then it goes to 62. And then it goes to 29. 3, chat. You guys started this whole nativism racist movement when there were 3 people who died. Yellow. Drew, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh yeah.
You got
all
some
3 times.
You got some really bad background noise. Why do you like Trump?
Mostly for the immigration crisis that happened under Biden. That's why I voted for him for the 3rd time.
Nice. What were the bad effects of the immigration crisis, do you think?
High trafficking rates. Then you had the missing children. Then you had
What about Trump doing that himself? Isn't he like kidnapping people and just sending them to like prisons?
Are you referring to Garcia when he sent them back to his home country?
And the 100+ other people that had no criminal background?
Are you referring to like people like the dim judges that were? God damn Yeah, sorry about that. I'm outside. So are you referring to like the people that the Democrat judges were trying to conceal from the public?
You're talking about that one guy? No, I'm talking about the plane of like 230 people that Trump sent to CCOT directly to the prison, not just their country, sent them directly to the prison, and along with $6 million US of our tax money. And he said, "Here you go. Here's a bunch of prisoners. Keep them for the rest of their lives." Those people that had no criminal background in either country.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. They weren't here legally and they weren't citizens.
So when you're here, even as a non-undocumented migrant, you still have due process rights. You still have constitutional rights.
Yes, but they're nowhere near the same as a citizen.
You get due process. That's the end of the story. You get due process. You get to see a judge before you.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So Trump didn't do that.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not guaranteed to see a judge.
Yes, you are.
ICE can serve as due process.
That's not true. That's only for expedited removals.
That is 100% true.
That's only.
You can even look it up for yourself and prove me wrong.
All right, I will do that. Are you looking
No.
Are you looking at the screen?
Yeah.
Yes, undocumented migrants, like all people, have Fifth Amendment rights. These rights include the right to remain silent, protecting against self-incrimination, and right to due process. What's due process?
Okay,
right
and so what are the rights of due process for illegal immigrants?
To see a judge, to have a day in court.
No, that's not. No, like I said, due process is not the same as it is for a U.S. citizen.
How do you? Where can I find that information? Because it says it's exactly the same. They have the right to a fair hearing.
It's not the same. All you read was they get due process.
Undocumented immigrants are entitled to due process, meaning they have a right to a fair hearing before deportation and the opportunity to defend their rights in court. Did these 70 people get to do that? Did Obrego Garcia get to do that? No.
They could easily be deputized by ICE, or ICE could be easily deputized, whatever, and ICE can do it.
You're talking about.
It's still not saying they weren't.
Do you know what expedited removal means?
Yeah, it's kind of like a fast track.
And what are the stipulations for expedited removal? You have to be here for how long?
I think it's like 2 years or something.
Under 2 years.
So you're aware of what was put into place under Biden on May 11th, 2023, right?
Tell me.
It was something to kind of enforce the asylum seeker because of the border disaster that was happening. So under Biden, it got put in place. That's why if you ever look at any charts, I don't think it was an executive order.
The only thing Biden did was
it could be. I could be mistaken. I just remember that date specifically.
All he did was change it to where if you don't come through a port of entry, you can be denied asylum. Which the ACLU.
No, not just that. It's like because you still have to come. You still have to come through. You still have to stop at the first safe country. You know, as in.
That's nowhere written.
Normally had to according to NATO or whatever it was.
You're talking about the UN. Yeah, that's not us.
No, no. That was us in 2023, May 11th.
That's not on that.
Here, I'll see if I can find it again for you. Hold on.
He changed it from Title 42 to Title 8. That just means that we were not an emergency anymore. We're not in an emergency health code anymore. From Title 8 is just right back to the way it used to be when Trump was in office.
No, it wasn't Title 8. It was. I'm pulling it up right now so I can give you the actual number.
Yeah, it just says you have to use the port of entry. The neighboring country is a propaganda or a lie or something that's been spread through, I don't know, like social media or something. It's not real. What you're talking about is what the UN does. That's
rule
not what
name
we
is
do.
no. The rule name is Circumvention of Lawful Pathways. It presumes asylum ineligibility for migrants who did not use a CBP-1 app to schedule an appointment at a port of entry, did not seek asylum in at least one-third country en route to the U.S. Let's see.
It applies to those who enter the United States through southwest land border and adjacent coastal borders without authorization to travel through another country. This rule presumes them ineligible for asylum unless they meet specific exceptions. The rule is a limited exception for individuals who are under 18.
I posted a link in chat.
I can't do anything with that. I can't even copy that. The COP rule was initially set to expire May 11, 2025, but the Department of Homeland Security has not announced any changes to the rule at this time.
So most likely that's how Trump was able to get a bunch of these asylum seekers that were doing that, because they didn't follow through with how Biden set it up, or how it was set up under Biden.
This was an anticipation for Title 42 to be ending, and it is to go back to Title 8, just like I said. Final rule is designated to address the current anticipated surge of migration through the hemisphere and further discourage irregular migration by encouraging migrants to use lawful, safe, and orderly processes, imposing conditions of asylum eligibility, and supporting the swift return of migrants to not have valid protection claims. As a complement of this final rule, DHS took taken significant steps to expand safe and orderly pathways to migrants to lawfully enter the United States. This includes establishing country-specific and other available processes to seek parole in urgent humanitarian regions or significant public benefit, expanding opportunities to enter seasonal employment, and putting in place mechanisms for migrants to schedule time to arrive in a safe, orderly, and lawful manner at ports of entry via the use of CBP-1 mobile app, and expanding refugee processing within the Western Hemisphere. Nothing about going to the first country. It presented a port of entry, pre-scheduled time of use.
The first safe country. It was in there.
Has been denied asylum in a third country through which they traveled. Are presumed ineligible. Hold on. Under final rule, non-citizens who cross through southwest border, adjacent coastal borders without authorization after traveling through another country and without having one, availed themselves of an existing lawful process, or two, presented at a port of entry. So they started this in May 2023 and basically said that you have to use the CBP-1 app if you're going to pass through a third country.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of the immigration started going down in 2023, because it doubled between I think it was 2021, 2022.
Okay, and what
2022 was the highest, and that got implemented.
How are you saying this is a bad thing?
Well, no, it took that just to try to lower it down again, because it got so bad.
So he did do a thing to reduce it?
Because he was letting people in during the pandemic.
And?
What's that?
And? You can't do much without Congress, right? So if there were just a lot of people surging the border, Biden couldn't shut down the border, be like, listen, too many, we're going to shut down the border. He can't do that. Trump hasn't even done that. We were trying to pass
Trump did
Congress.
a fantastic job so far. I mean, he slowed it down drastically.
Yeah, but he's done that through sending people to prison for the rest of their lives for committing a $50 Class C misdemeanor.
And Trump even offered to have them self-deport so they can come back through the legal way.
I don't know what that's going to do.
And if they caught them, then they wouldn't be back in.
I don't know what that's gonna do. Honestly, like there's a lot of people that are here that are contributing to the economy, paying lots of taxes, working a lot of jobs. It's gonna shrink the economy, and for him to waste a lot of money on giving all these people $1,000 to self-deport is even like making us hemorrhage even more money.
I mean, New York thought it would be a good idea to give debit cards to them,
Those are asylum
and
seekers.
that
Those
didn't
are
last a
illegal.
year.
Those are asylum
Are you sure
seekers.
about that? I mean, because you just read the ruling, and they ended up canceling it in 2023 too.
Canceled what?
The whole debit card program. I forgot what they called that program in New York.
That is for
But
asylum
yeah,
seekers.
they're paying them like
Make it okay.
paying
Tell
them
me.
$350 a week.
Think about this critically, okay? You're an undocumented migrant. You haven't reported to the government. You don't want to be deported. You have no social security number. How do you apply for a debit card again?
If you look under the New York's on the requirements, it explains how people are eligible to get it.
You have to be an asylum seeker, my friend.
And no, or live with somebody else that is, and have siblings and stuff like that. Yes.
Okay, so you have to be adjacent to an asylum seeker?
So, because for one, if you're an asylum seeker, you'd be documented, not undocumented.
That's not true.
Undocumented is just a nicer way of saying illegal.
No, you guys just
is.
don't know any of the technicalities of this migration stuff. So you call them all undocumented, you call them all illegal, and there's no technical status in the United States called illegal migrant. There's no such thing. I'm not just being a virtue signaler. That's literally not a status.
Okay, so what do you call a person that's... So are you saying that undocumented people are documented? Like they have their information?
Yes. If you have an ITIN number, literally everyone, almost everybody using an ITIN number is an undocumented migrant. So yes, they are documented and called undocumented at the same time, yes.
Unless it's a stolen number, which that's been happening.
You're talking about social security fraud. Yeah, that'll never not be a thing. That's just a boogeyman.
What? Oh, I know. But no, I wasn't trying to come up here to do a whole gotcha moment or anything. It's like, yeah, I mean, it was bad under Biden. If American citizens start getting deported, then yeah, I'd rally against them and try to vote them out. I have no problem admitting that.
All right, but I care even when they're not American citizens. I care when people are basically, if Trump can skip all due process and, for instance, look at my tattoos and say I'm MS-13 and then deport me with no due process, no judge, no hearing, no lawyer, straight to a prison for the rest of my life.
He's had several hearings on that.
I haven't. The 70% of the people that were on those planes didn't.
So you're saying they didn't have as much due process as Garcia did?
No, Garcia did not have a due process when he was taken from by Trump. He had an order specifically saying he could not go back to El Salvador. Specifically.
No, that was for Guatemala.
No, it's for here.
Yeah, that was for Guatemala.
No, it was El Salvador.
Why would they ban him from going back to his home country?
Because he was being threatened by the gangs there. His family was
rival gangs. Yes.
No, it doesn't have to be a rival gang. He was just sitting there. His mom had an empanada shop or something of the sort. She had a bakery, and they would come and harass her and try to collect money for protection. And then they said that they were going to grape his mom and his sister and recruit his little brother into their gang. And he made it out alive. And he sought asylum a year too late here in the United States.
Then what was his excuse for trafficking and hurting his wife?
Those things were both yet to be proven.
That's from what I hear. That's part of what they're bringing him back for, so they can get him charged for that, the trafficking.
That's due process. So they're going to try to get him for being caught with a group full of people who all claimed his home address as their address, and like a state that's literally in the middle of the United States. They could have just been working together. Like, he was also caught out front of a Home Depot looking for day laborers. It could have just been a group of day laborers.
I mean, that's a lot of assumptions.
Well, you're making
You
even
know,
broader assumptions.
it's much easier to assume. Well, no, I mean, he was hanging out with other members because he was caught with them several times.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No, he was caught. He was hanging out in front of a
yeah, he
Home
was.
Depot. He was hanging out in front of a Home Depot with a few other people that were in a gang. They're just day laborers. He was never found to be a part of a gang. He was accused of it by one person. That's it. He was never adjudicated for that. He never saw a court for that. A judge wrote it down on one of his hearings. That's it. Just like you think. Do you
and
think
what
Trump,
were the two courts that
let me ask you, what's your standard for assuming someone's guilt of a crime? Because as far as we can tell, Trump is pretty guilty of trying to steal the election and having having classified documents in Mar-a-Lago, all sorts of things. But
Like
you're
Biden.
saying he needs to see his day in court, just like Abrego Garcia needs to see his day in court, right?
Yeah, he had his days in court, like multiple days in court.
Not for this. Not for being deported like this. No.
Yes, he was supposed to self-deport. He was supposed to leave. The only thing that made him ineligible to remain in that was whenever Trump made MS-13 and TDA a T group.
He's not been proven
that
as
broke his
MS-13.
agreement.
He's not been proven as MS-13.
Well, two courts deemed him affiliated member.
No, they didn't.
What was it?
I know
An
you've
appellate
been, I
court?
know
And
RJ
what other
already
court was it?
RJ already told you that this is not true, right? He was not deemed. In fact, the person who accused him was also caught. He was an informant, and he was also caught being crooked.
Well, I mean, it doesn't change what was on the court docs.
Yeah, and the court docs just say that guy accused him of being MS-13. That's it.
And that the two courts deemed it credible.
Not two courts. I think it was just one, and they didn't say it was credible. That was just part of his report. There was nothing on there going, we looked at him. Abrego Garcia did not have any sort of way to defend himself or presented any sort of defense for this. There was nothing coming up that says you're part of this gang. Also, being in a gang is not illegal. It is not a crime. So
you're right, but when you're trafficking, that is a crime.
But he wasn't caught. He was not caught trafficking. That has to be proven in court.
In Texas, he was. You know, he was just deported before he can go to court for it. Which now, if he does come back, that's how they're going to be able to get him back.
Okay, the officers did not press charges on this. He was let go, and the federal courts, the federal charges were just brought in late April this year. They were just now presented. They were not something that anybody was going to do anything about until Trump felt like he's going to use the presidency as a weapon.
So 2 months after he's deported, they're finding more information on him, and comes up now he may be a trafficker as well, and that's still the hill the Dems want to back.
They're using this to defend their actions and sending Abrego Garcia by mistake, admittedly by mistake. That's what they said, right? Admittedly by mistake to El Salvador.
Sure. I mean, 'cause I remember part of the document saying he was supposed to not be deported to Guatemala or anything. I don't remember El Salvador being in there,
it's
but
El Salvador.
I'll take your word for it.
It's not.
Then why is Guatemala in there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The court docs, when it came to that specific case, whenever he was trying to request not to get sent back because he feared the rival gangs were going to go after him.
Yeah, Kimura Abrego Garcia, who was mistakenly deported to the U.S. to El Salvador in 2025, despite a court order protecting him from removal. There was a court order saying he could not go there.
I mean, either way, I'm still happy with what Trump's doing so far. I mean,
he's
I can't really
basically-
complain.
He's turned us into a fucking terrorist country and sending people to
Not
prisons
really.
for the rest of their lives with no due process to get people not to come. We even had an 11% drop in tourism. That is costing people money and their business. This is, people are scared to come here. People are scared to leave because they won't be able to get back in. We have travel warnings against us, even from Canada, from the UK, from Germany. All of these different countries and watchdog organizations are looking at Trump and calling them civil rights violations. And you're cheering this on. There's literally nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
that we're getting
I
out
mean,
of
they're
this.
more
What's
than
good
welcome
about
to
this?
welcome them in if they want them.
What does that even mean? I want Trump to not be able to do these actions. I'm not begging for Kilmar Abrego Garcia to come live a happy, joyous, and free life here. I am begging, I want the Trump organization or administration to not be able to send people to prison for the rest of their lives with no due process. That is a terrifying idea. What if he says I'm MS-13? What if he says you're MS-13? What's going to be your defense? You can't just scream on the way in the plane that you're not and hope they listen.
I mean, I'm literally fingerprinted for my job, so I mean, I'd like to see him try that.
Matter. I'd love to see. Do you think they're going to check your fingerprints? There's no due process.
Yeah, because I'm already in the system.
No, it doesn't matter. You get no due process. Sorry.
It does matter because then it falls back on the state on, oh, well, why did you give this guy a license?
The people undocumented get a license, bro.
So you're saying like undocumented people get security licenses?
They get driver's licenses.
Well, no, I'm talking about security licenses.
Sure.
So like the state would literally be in shit if I got deported. You know, for a claim like that, the state would be in shit because they're the ones that licensed me.
Dog, the Supreme Court has ordered him to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia back, and he didn't give a fuck. You think your little state court's gonna give a shit?
No, that was only their opinion.
That was the ruling.
They think he should. They said he.
That was the ruling.
They said they wanted him to facilitate
it, and then he interpreted facilitate as something he didn't have to do.
Source it.
You can't. You think I can't source that?
Yeah, the 9-0 saying that he had to bring Abrego Garcia back.
Yes, to facilitate his return.
That was their opinion.
No, that's the fucking ruling. What?
Yes, you know what facilitate is, right?
Yeah, to do.
It's not going and kidnapping someone from their home country.
He acted like his hands are tied. He just didn't want to. He could have though. He brought Bukele to his Oval Office, and
once he's over there, it's out of his hands. Once he's over there.
Sure. But now he's got him, right? He's
in his home country. It would be considered kidnapping.
Now he's back somehow. How is that happening?
Because El Salvador's finally agreed to let him go.
Why would they do that? Is it
because we plan on pressing charges on him?
How do we press charges on El Salvador? We can't press
because he had to wait. He had to wait on El Salvador to release him.
Dang. So it sounds like he had to do what the Supreme Court said, huh?
He did exactly that. He said he would facilitate it. I don't know why everybody's upset about it.
So now you agree that that's what they forced him to do.
They didn't force El Salvador to do that.
They forced Trump to facilitate that.
They had to wait on El Salvador to release him in order for Trump to facilitate the return.
Dude, you're all over the place. You're all over the place. Trump got Bukele to come to the Oval Office and be like,
he's an El Salvadorian citizen.
Yeah, and he specifically wasn't supposed to be sent
He's an El Salvadorian citizen.
He was specifically not supposed to be sent to El Salvador.
But he's there. He's a citizen back in his country.
So?
So what you're advocating for is literal kidnapping to bring them back.
Like Trump did in the first place?
That wasn't kidnapping. He was here illegally.
It doesn't mean you just get scoop people up and without a court date, move them into a prison for the rest of their life.
Yeah, because he was deemed a threat.
No, he wasn't. In what court? What court ruled him a
Two
threat?
courts deemed him as part of that group, so that ruined his chances of being safely kept here. That's why he got sent back.
No matter who you
and
are,
then the Democrats cried because they're sending him back, and so he agreed to facilitate the return.
How can you deem someone a threat without
he had to wait for El Salvador to say, okay, you can have him back.
So
because he's their citizen.
The last time he was in court is 2019, and they said you're a threat, but we're gonna let you go. Go ahead. That's what they did.
They deemed it credible by two courts, and then a lot of crazy stuff was happening under Biden too. So I mean, there's no telling what happened. But
that was under Trump.
So 2019 was the last court date.
Yep.
Okay, so now there was due process then.
Not for deportation. That was his last court date said that he had a protective order not to go to El Salvador.
I don't know where you're getting else. I literally read Guatemala, but I'll take your word for the sake of argument.
I don't know where you're getting that.
Well, I'll take your word for the sake of argument. I'll take your word for it. I could have read something different because I'm always reading into funny shit like that. But yeah, basically once that came out where it was the two groups were deemed a threat, that's why he was sent back. That's why he was denied the protective order because
MS-13 was wrongfully classified a T group, and even Trump's own administration, people in the DOJ came out and said, yeah, there's nothing in our records that show, or none of our intelligence show that these gangs have any affiliation with countries abroad, which would be the only thing that makes them a T group. They would be doing violent acts in an attempt
they're
to
from
affect
Venezuela.
MS-13 is fucking El Salvadorian. It stands for Mara Suva Trucha.
Oh, so they are from another country.
They were born out in LA in 1980.
Well, except for Garcia, he came here illegally.
Okay. MS-13 started in LA.
But you just said they were an El Salvadorian gang.
Yes, they are El Salvadorians.
So how are they going to start out in LA if they're already a gang in El Salvador?
Make your brain work a little bit. Think about it. People with El Salvadorian heritage start a gang here.
So you mean tell me there's no MS-13 in El Salvador?
I think they're called Tren de Aragua in El Salvador.
I mean, it could be. That was the other group that was deemed a T group.
Dog. I think you're a little fuzzy on this, bro.
I'm pretty solid. It's like I'm happy that the wife beater's gone. I mean,
it's not
safer
just
for women
Trump
already.
Deporting one wife beater. It's Trump deporting all of these people, a class of people with no due process. For anybody to cheer that on, we're watching authoritarianism take place. You're watching Trump consolidate power and act in the dark with no checks and balances, with no transparency, and it is terrifying to those of us who can fucking read.
I mean, if they're here illegally, I mean, they've had plenty of time to try the legal route. You know, then you get
half
like
of these
people that
people
have decades, like Garcia,
these people
that
could
try
have
the legal
temporary.
route and they ignore it.
Trump has literally reversed 230,000 people's temporary protective status so that he can deport them too. They all came the legal way, and you don't even care about that. Don't pretend like legal status means a goddamn thing to you.
So when you say the legal way, is it they came under the asylum protection?
They came here. They came here in all sorts of ways. Yes, under asylum or temporary protective status, which are almost the same thing. Yes, they were here with our knowing, and we checked their backgrounds, and we made
do you
sure
think
they had
any one of them could have been affected by the May 11th clause?
If they came through before or after May 11th, they would have had to gone through the legal route, or else they suffered the consequences.
Not under Biden, they weren't.
Yes, they were. Biden has higher deportation rates than Trump.
There was people being deported several times.
Yeah, because
that's what one of the biggest arguments for the immigrations were.
Because of the Title 42. Yes, it was a fucking mess.
No, like under Biden, he would deport people. They would come back, which coming back after being deported is a felony.
No, it's
not a misdemeanor
no,
anymore.
It's not. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Under Title 42,
I guarantee you $100 it is.
Okay, well, you want to put it down on the table?
I'll do it. After being deported,
do you want to do it?
Crossing the border illegally.
You want to bet it's a felony? $100? You want to do it?
After crossing the border, after being deported from being here illegally initially,
you want to shake on it?
Yes, it's a misdemeanor.
You want to shake on it?
But if you're deported and you come back again, it becomes a felony.
You want to shake on it?
That's under the current law.
Do you want to shake on it? $100?
I'm trying to save you some money.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm trying to save you some money here.
Under Title 42, after the first time you were found to enter the country, you can be written one ticket. And then after that, anytime after that, you were not allowed to be written any tickets. And it created a revolving door of people coming in and out.
No, I'm talking about if you were deported and then crossed illegally again and found, it becomes a felony.
I am talking about. That is exactly what I'm talking about. And you are wrong. In both instances, even under Title 8, when it wasn't Title 42, it was Title 8. It's a $50 fine to get caught the first time, and then it's like $250 the second time. It's not a felony until multiple times.
So, I mean, technically I'm right in a way. But, I mean, regardless, still coming back after being deported, still another crime on top of that. And it was happening frequently enough to where someone got unalived because of it. That's why, you know, a bunch of MAGA and Trumpers had the upper hand, because that happened under Biden and Harris's watch when they kept screaming about the border problems.
Yeah, so Biden deported to the tune of 26,000 more a month this time last year, and that was not under Title 42. Biden was far more effective than Trump, even though Trump only wants to show y'all how many people were encountered at the border. He doesn't want to show you how many people were deported by Biden, which were a fuck ton. The border was not wide open. He tried to cause mass chaos and mass panic from you guys to get your votes, and it largely misrepresented every fact about the border and confused y'all for 4 years.
Except for the TDA that was actually found in Colorado, which Democrats tried to hide and deny. And then there was a police chief that actually admitted, yes, TDA has been a nuisance.
No matter what you say, there's still not enough crime. There's not even...
It's if I could give and take, really.
Okay, no, it's not. And in fact, I can show you all of the crime that have been committed by non-citizens since 2017, and it's literally so small you can put it all together, and it still wouldn't make them as dangerous as the United States citizens. In fact, if the whole country were flooded by undocumented migrants, if Texas was doubled in size right now today, our crime rates would plummet by 1/3 to all the way down to 1/3 of what they are right now.
And that's still bad, because it shouldn't even be happening, period.
All 29 murders that happened last year, you guys don't care when 29 children get shot in one day. Don't spare me.
Y'all don't care when millions die from being AB'd. So I mean, don't get to me on that.
Well, I don't really give anything that doesn't have a conscious experience any sort of consideration. I don't care about clumps of cells.
Yeah, clumps of cells that just happen to have separate DNA and a heartbeat.
Yeah, I don't care.
Why? I'm sure, because I mean, technically, a person stuck on a life machine is considered a clump of cells to them.
Yeah, and I don't care if you unplug somebody on life support and they're brain dead. I don't care, and neither would you.
All I'm saying is I got the higher ground on that part because I'm not the one that's advocating for unaliving people.
I don't call them people. They're clumps of cells. I don't grant things.
Well, I know that's typically what people have to do is they have to demean or what's the other word called? Like they have to make them lesser of a human so they can get away with the
kind of like Trump, what Trump's doing,
criminality. I say, in my view.
Yeah, calling people vermin, saying they're poisoning the blood of the country, calling them animals, saying that they have bad genetics, all of those things, so that he can deport these people to prison for the rest of their lives for doing something that costs $50 in punitive charges.
I mean, if they're here illegally for a decade, then yeah, by all means, get rid of them. Yeah, because they had plenty of time to try to do it the legal route.
Yeah.
I don't think you care about the legal route, like Pickles has pointed out numerous times, and you are so ill-informed on every single talking point you've had up here. I've almost thrown my phone about 5 times. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing how ill-informed you are about what's going on in this country right now. It's embarrassing.
Such as?
You keep mentioning Guatemala, and no one knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, because that was in the court docs.
It was about El Salvador because he's El Salvadorian.
Well, I know he was El Salvadorian. So that's why he was sent back to his home country.
He was hit back there, and he was kept there, even though he willingly wanted to come back here because he didn't have a court date.
Well, of course he'd want to willingly come back here because he's an illegal.
He was not illegal at that time. He was
getting a free
he was documented.
Of course he would.
Incorrect. In 2019, he became documented because he began the asylum process. He was documented and going to every court date. Do you like children in handcuffs? Because I find that to be real.
You should really blame the illegals that bring their kids and don't try to take them to the legal route.
At court. What you want people to come here the legal route, and they're here legally, going to their court dates with their families, and they're being arrested by ICE. How you stop standing on the principle that you want them to come here legally because you're arresting them anyway.
Not if they're here illegal, or not if they're here legally.
Yes, you are. They are waiting at courtrooms. They're waiting at the courts. ICE is so fucking lazy to actually quote unquote do their job that they're just waiting at the courts to ambush people who are doing it legally. There is no other reason to be waiting at the courts for immigrants. Illegal immigrants are not going to be going to court.
Sorry, you broke up there.
Y'all, Republicans don't care. Y'all don't care about the legal route. Stop saying you do. And not to mention, I just want to throw this out there just for everybody. Anybody notice that ICE has no issue wearing masks in 2025, but back in 2020 it was a big freaking deal? Because they're too embarrassed to show their freaking faces.
Was that a congresswoman that openly attacked the ICE?
No, it's civilians, which they should be.
No. There was an actual member that our tax dollars were going to that literally punched ICE.
I do not care. Finally, action is being taken. The Gestapo needs to be stopped.
The only Gestapo was Biden.
No, you're so fucking brainwashed and you don't even goddamn know it. I don't even like Biden. Not a liberal, man. I'm a socialist.
We damn sure are simping for him.
No, I'm not. I don't like
Yes,
Biden.
you are.
How am I simping
okay.
for him?
Okay, so can you admit that the immigration and trafficking was highest under Biden?
Highest under Biden?
Yes.
I think there was one point where it was
So
pretty
high that it broke 2 U.S. records.
Okay, I said there was a high point around 2022, but I'm not going to make a claim like highest had high moments.
I mean, it was so bad that they broke 2 U.S. records: highest in immigration and highest in trafficking in a single term.
Didn't Obama deport more? Pickles, am I right on that? Didn't Obama deport more immigrants than Trump did, and Biden?
Yeah, I think Biden beat Trump and Obama.
What's that got to do with immigration? Like letting them come in?
You're saying they broke records, but if someone's if more people were deported under Obama, then that would not make sense.
Yeah, probably from the previous presidency.
Well, y'all don't even understand the numbers. You think encounters mean people have crossed the border.
Well, no, I wasn't the one that had to change the definition of encounters.
They didn't change the definition.
Yeah, they did. Biden did.
Really? Prove that. Prove it right now. Provide a source. We all want to know where your sources are coming from. Please provide the source. When did he do that?
History. I think it was back in 2021 or 2022.
Then you should easily be able to prove that.
Yeah. Here, I'll see if I can find it for you then.
I would love that. How are your Skittles, Pickles?
Department of Homeland Security defines CBP encounter as any encounter of a removable alien by U.S. Customs Border Patrol, either by U.S. or da-da-da-da. And that's in Title 8 and Title 42. Biden administration has nothing to do with that. Biden did not change the definition.
I heard the typing.
Oh yeah, I found it. I'm just making sure I can get a good link for you.
Yeah, love to see it.
So Biden administration has made changes to how it manages and reports encounters at the border, but it hasn't fundamentally changed the definition of an encounter itself. And basically that just means how they had to treat people in Title 42 and then Title 8. Emphasis of lawful pathways. They gave people CBP-1 app to schedule appointments at the ports of entry. I don't know if that would be counted as an encounter because they're appointments. Increased removals. Administration emphasized it achieved an increase in removals and returns of migrants who do not have a legal basis to remain in the U.S. They emphasized and achieved an increase of removals? Damn. So the border wasn't wide open like Trump was campaigning for 4 whole years, even though Trump deported at a lower rate than Biden.
People don't know what an open border is. We've always
there we go. I found an actual link.
Where are you going to put it?
Here, I'll try to put it again.
It won't post in the comments. You have to tell us where it is.
It's https cis.org Arthur or /Arthur/first -look-Biden's -proclamation -securing -border UTM_source.
So Center for Immigration Status, what's the title of the thing?
And I just read it out. Hold on. It's the proclamation securing border. See if I can get that title.
Okay, hold on. I think I've got
this is
it.
just an EO, right?
Yeah, I
In
was this posted.
2024?
Yeah,
At the
yeah.
end of his presidency?
Yeah, yep. This was that one that he did in June. Literally, the one where because he was trying to get stuff to go past to the courts. But this was his proclamation on June 4th. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Each
just saying
2,500
that
per
people
day.
can't come. They can't claim asylum unless they're at the port of entry.
Yep, and that was there was a threshold of 2,500 per day.
The shift to reporting encounters instead of only apprehensions began in March 2020 under the Trump administration alongside Title 42. The Biden administration continued and expanded this use of the term, including Title 8 and Title 42 actions under the umbrella of encounters.
Apprehensions were put under encounters, meaning there's more encounters? Meaning the numbers were higher?
I mean,
that's it.
No,
That's
it says
in your favor, right?
The shift from reporting encounters instead of only apprehensions. So it's
they doubled up encounter numbers, and that makes you think he was hiding them?
No, it doubled up under Trump, and then Biden expanded on it and included Title 8 and 42.
I don't think you know what that means.
Wait, I'm reading through this. This is an op-ed piece, by the way. First of all, this is someone's own interpretation of the EO. Because it literally even says here, actually, well, right around the section that you just read. In other words, and unless I'm missing something major, like this is someone's own interpretation of the executive order. Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah, because that's what it is. It looks like they just added in, starting in June, that anyone that was apprehended, because it was apprehensions plus inadmissible applicants for admission stopped at the ports of entry by CBP officers and the agency's OFO.
So all it did was temporarily suspend the entry of non-citizens across the southern border when daily encounters exceeded 2,500 over a 7-day period. And then the restrictions would be lifted once the average number of daily encounters dropped below 1,500 for a sustained period.
Mm-hmm.
His executive order, yeah. The ability to shut down the border. It was immediately sued by the ACLU. I don't think it.
Yeah, that was under Biden.
Yeah, that was that was in the summer.
In 2024 of June.
So in his last year of presidency is when you're claiming he changed the definition of encounters, even though we can look up until then and it proves our point.
Yeah, so it was getting so bad that May 11th, 2023, they had to have that ruling to kind of help cut back on the amount of immigration, because 2024 was coming up and that was election time, so he had to make himself look good, because you don't want to make Harris look so bad at doing her job.
Okay, this doesn't coincide with your point, though. Your point was the fact that Biden changed the definition of encounters to work in his favor, and it seems like it's the total opposite. The definition of encounters may have been broadened so that it included more people, and he also did things to stop the influx of people to come into the border, which is also antithetical to your talking point.
Yeah.
And I don't
get
where
he broadened it up
here.
so it'll fluff up his numbers.
To fluff up his encounters? That makes him look worse. Trump showed everybody how many encounters he had and told you guys that every one of them get to come across the border.
Yeah, it would make him look worse. This was only 5 months before we cast our ballots. This was on June 5th, 2024.
He didn't have to make himself look worse. He already did.
But if what you're saying is what we're taking from this, it would have only harmed him. It wouldn't have benefited him.
Well, I mean, it did harm him. That's why, I guess Harris was upset that Biden kept trying to attach himself to her and saying, yeah, she couldn't do anything I couldn't do. I delegated her.
What are you talking about? She wasn't in charge of the border.
Well, I mean, Biden did put her in charge, for a
No,
brief
he
period.
didn't. Because once again, y'all don't
All she managed
understand.
to do was like visit one place.
He wasn't in charge of the border. That was Mayorkas. You're thinking of what she was put in charge of, which was the triangle, which is Guatemala, El Salvador, and what's the other
Ecuador?
one?
Yeah, because so many were surging through the southern border. So
But that
she was
wasn't
supposed
on
to address
her.
the southern border, and she never visited it until like a
Because it
year or
wasn't
two
her
later.
job. Drew. Mayorkas was in charge of the border. She wasn't.
Yeah, I know.
So why would she have
Was
visited
in
the
charge.
border?
That's
if
why
she
a lot of
wasn't in
trafficking
charge
was
of it?
happening.
It wasn't her job. Why would she go to the border if it wasn't her job?
Because Biden put her in charge to figure out what was going on.
He didn't.
No, she didn't.
Yes, he did.
No,
he didn't.
She was put in charge of a root cause of migration from those countries. She wasn't put in charge of like going and stopping everybody to coming to the border. You guys just try to loosely pin that on her.
That's what I said. She was put in charge to figure out what was going on.
That was part of Trump's campaign to slander her. You got to admit, you're smarter than that. That's not what she did. She went and she did diplomatic stuff in the Northern Triangle.
Well, I mean,
she raised
$5.2. She raised the border.
She raised $5.2 billion creating jobs from people like Chewy and Target and all these other places, and it stopped the migration from those countries by to the tune of up to 60%. And then Trump, 4 hours before he left office, shot up a flare and he said, hey, if you're from El Salvador, I'm giving you temporary protective status. 4 hours before he left office, he says, if you're from Venezuela, you come get your temporary protective status. And they fucking surged the border after that. That's what happened. That's what told people.
Wait. So Harris was calling shots before she was even in office?
No, that was Trump.
My God.
That's literally what you were just saying, that she was doing all this, and then Trump was like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah.
No, I'm saying who did bring people to the border was Trump.
Trump gave Venezuelans temporary protection status due to their government being unstable at the time. And he just took it away from all of them, by the way. Like, that's gone now.
Are they stable?
I'm sorry?
Is Venezuela stable? Is the economy doing better?
Depends on your outlook. I would say it's not doing much better because
Trump completely.
I mean, because from the reports I've read, things are much better now. So what's the problem?
It's not much better. It depends. But a lot of people are still having issues there economically.
So, I mean, I don't see what the problem is then.
Do you not have issue with the fact that your dude was like, I'm going to give temporary protection status to Venezuelans to come to our country, and then when he gets reelected, he goes, you know what? I'm taking that away from all of y'all.
Well, yeah, because it was no longer the same situation when he left.
They're here in working jobs and a part of our economy. How dumb do you have to be to get rid of over 500,000 people?
Tess.
Because they're here under the protection order because it was bad over there. Now that it's no longer as bad over there, they don't need the protection order.
That's not true. It still is.
What's bad over there?
You have an extremist leading the country.
There's an extremist leading the country?
Yes.
Is that why crime is down?
Yeah, Trump has also stopped trading oil when oil is 20% of their economy. Stopped trading oil to them, which makes them collapse even further. Your wind is really killing me, bro. We've had you up for an hour, dude. You're welcome to come back some other time. Hopefully when you're not in the wind, all right?
Well, I'm always outside. It's the only time I get on TikTok.
All right, well, hopefully it's not windy next time. I appreciate you coming up.
All right. Well, I appreciate you having me.
Oh, my gosh.
It was killing me, dude. It was killing me.
Oh, he was making my head hurt. Oh. I couldn't take it, so I requested it. It was so painful.
Guys, guys on YouTube, can y'all tell me if my microphone is loud or not loud enough? Let me know. I just turned it up a little bit per somebody's request. A little bit. Yes, thank you. I'm gonna do a little bit more. Test, test, test. How's that? Okay. All right. Well, all right. Thank you, Artemis, for coming up. You rock.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I know when the abortion thing came up, I was wondering how long he was going to stay on that, but
Yeah.
yeah, thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure. Bye, everybody.
Anytime. Much love, girl.
And then much love to you.
Bye. Uh-oh, I just kicked somebody off the queue. If you're not a friendly, hop in the box. You're welcome to hop in here. If you're friendly, get out of my box though. If you're opposition, hop on in. Oh gosh. Well, what's up, Claiborne?
How you doing, host?
Doing good. What do you like about Trump, Claiborne?
Oh, I love everything about that man. He done a good job for this country, and he gonna continue to do a good job for this country.
What do you think he's been doing that's a good job?
He getting rid of them illegals, and he doing it quickly and with speed. And he got a competent team on his team.
Biden did it faster than he did.
No, that ain't true.
You want me to show you where he did it more than Trump?
He ain't did it with the speed. That Trump had 1,000 executive orders on his first day in office. 1,000.
I thought it was like 140 up to date.
No, that man is moving at warp speed, and he doing funny about that. Ain't nothing funny about that. And he doing a good job too. And he getting them people up out of here real quick. He got planes flying. He got boats going the ocean. He's doing a good job, and I don't see why nobody should hate him. I mean, he's making it better for all of us. When you get rid of illegals, you free up a lot of things. You free up traffic. You free up housing. The schools is free.
Yeah, but they're only like 4% of our population, so they're not really freeing much up.
But they are a lot of people. You can't say they ain't a lot of people.
It's not.
It's millions of them. Millions.
There's 13 million of them, and we have 350 million people here.
Yeah, 313 million. You get rid of 13 million, you're gonna make a huge dent.
We're gonna make a huge dent in our GDP. We're supposed to lose about 0.4% of our GDP.
We don't need them. We don't need them.
We don't need them. We do.
We don't need them. America been strong. America been a strong country. We don't need them.
No, literally our GDP will reduce. We have this from economists.
And then we'll bounce back. It's okay. We can take a hit. We got to get rid of them though.
Why do it at all?
We got to get rid of them.
Here's a little fact sheet for you. Okay, Trump deports about 37,000 individuals per month, and Biden's monthly average was 57,000. So Biden did way more deportations than Trump as far as we go this year.
Well, that's not okay. Well, that's good then. I can give credit where credit due.
Okay. So will you vote for Democrats next time since we do more deportations?
No, because Trump, he up front with it. He's letting you know what he's doing. He's
just politicizing it so that people will be a little racist about it.
And it need to be. Yeah,
they need to be racist?
No, they need to be politicized.
Why so?
You need people against this. You need people to get riled up about it. And that's a good thing. Because I'm riled up about it, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see what this country become. It's gonna be gold standard again.
I think we're heading for a recession.
No, who said that?
Elon Musk, the Atlanta Fed.
Who said that?
Elon Musk and the Atlanta Fed.
You said Elon Musk?
Yeah, Elon Musk said that.
He didn't say nothing like that.
I'll show you. Elon Musk says we're gonna have a
man.
If you think that, I got some news for you.
He been over office all the time. Man, he ain't gonna say nothing like that.
Yeah. Elon Musk predicts a recession this year.
Let me see.
And his tweet is
That's a liberal. That's a liberal. That's a liberal. That's liberal.
All right, this is a tweet that he made. He tweeted this. Trump's tariffs will cause a recession the second half of this year. Elon Musk.
That ain't nothing he said. That's a deep fake. That ain't nothing he said.
It's not a deep
fake. Y'all can't believe everything y'all see on the internet.
Fox News says this.
That ain't nothing of Fox News.
That's Fox News, bro.
That's a
Fox
fake account.
News, look at that. That's a check mark. 19 million likes, 26 million followers.
I don't believe it.
What am I gonna do with you, dude?
You got to show me the real stuff.
Heavens to Betsy.
And nothing on Facebook real. You can't trust nothing on Facebook.
Heavens to Betsy, dude. What are we gonna do with you?
What do you like about Trump? What you like about him?
I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump.
Why don't you like him? What he done did for you not to like him?
I think his economic plans are horrible. He's gonna fuck up our economy and raise our taxes.
And what make you think that? You an economist? You got an economy degree?
No, I can just read economies.
But do you got an economy degree?
No,
do you got a degree at all?
I trust people who have an
you
economist
got a degree
degree.
at all?
No.
You ain't got no degree, so you ain't no expert in nothing. That's what you just told me. You ain't no expert in nothing, so your word don't mean nothing then.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, it don't mean nothing. You ain't no expert.
That's not
You ain't
true.
got no degree in it. I got a degree.
What do you got a degree in?
In finance.
What kind of finance?
And home finance.
Mortgages?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, it's the real thing.
Elon Musk doubles down on Trump criticisms on X. Elon Musk says Trump tariffs will cause a recession. Come on. Wall Street Journal. Here you go.
And then again, I just told you, that's a liberal organization.
Here we go. Here, look. This is his X tweet. I'm gonna go straight to his tweet. Elon Musk, check mark.
That ain't no real tweet.
That's 220 million followers. You see that? 220 million followers. You see me hovering over that?
I don't believe nothing you show me on your screen.
The Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year.
That ain't nothing real. That ain't real.
107 million views.
And then again, that ain't something Elon Musk would say, because Elon Musk liked Trump. So that, you know it don't make sense. You know it don't make no sense. That's how you know it's fake, because he be in the Oval Office with him. That don't.
Son of a mother's love. Claiborne, what are we gonna do with you, dude?
What you gonna do with yourself is what I want to know. Do you live in America? Let me ask you. Do you live in the United States? You look like a Canadian.
Yeah.
Where you live?
I live in Texas.
Where about in Texas?
Dallas.
You live in Austin? Okay. Well, you like Dallas?
Yeah.
There's a lot of illegals in Dallas. Ain't it? You know it is.
I would assume. I would assume there might be like 1 out of 100 people might be Hispanic. I don't know. But
yeah,
I don't think they're all illegal.
And the traffic real bad there, ain't it? It is. It is real bad there. I know it is.
I mean, yeah. Traffic.
It is. Yeah, and that's because it's illegal. And the housing there is expensive, more expensive than it should be, ain't it?
Yeah, well, where there's a lot of people, that's why
answer the question. Answer the question. It's more expensive than it should be.
No, I think the market's correct.
No, you know it ain't right.
It is.
Them houses probably $500,000 more than what they should be.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what the market is right now. The market is crooked, and it's because of illegals. Illegals will come over.
They can't even get a fucking. They can't even get a mortgage.
They can. Yeah, they can. They live. Let me tell you how they do it. They live 10, 15 to a room, and they find a way.
They can't get mortgages, dude.
Yeah, they do.
How do you get a mortgage?
You find one that got the papers, and then you live with them, and they live 10, 15 to a room. They drive the same car.
If there's 13 million people here, that means there's only 100. There's only 1 million homeowners that are quote unquote undocumented illegals, and you think that affects the housing market?
Yeah, dramatically.
In the entire United States of 350 million people?
Yeah, and it affect the crime too. The crime is through the roof, especially in Dallas.
They're actually the smallest crime demographic we could possibly find.
No, that ain't true. You got MS-13. You got what them cartels? Cartels. You seen them cartels? They really hurt you. They really do bad stuff to you, and you don't want what they do.
You're killing me, Claiborne. I hope you have a good night. All right, I'm gonna go to the next guest. Okay.
Well, I thank you for having me, and I just want to convince you, it ain't too late to come to the right side. Okay.
Thank you. I'll think about it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you have a good night.
You too.
Hi. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
I can.
How are you today?
Are you a Trump supporter?
That's kind of what I wanted to join. Because originally, when I said, or when I guess identified, not identified, but when I supported Trump, it was due to other people's influence. But after going to college and now living alone, I've been doing a lot more research, and I would say now, after doing my own research, I would consider maybe independent right-leaning as far as if I had to put kind of a label on my beliefs, but there's just more things I kind of wanted to talk about and stuff as far as to hear your perspective as in a genuine conversation. I don't want to tell you that you're wrong or push anything onto you that you don't believe. I kind of just wanted to talk, if that's something that you're okay to do on this live.
Sure.
Okay, so some of the things that I guess are the reasons in the last election that I did decide to vote for Trump, which I will first take accountability that I should have done more digging on Kamala's policies before I did vote, and that is something I'm accountable of. However, there are still things where I guess before researching pushed me to go that way. And then before I know there's a lot of people here, and before I get into like my main points, I do very much support, I guess, opposing views of Trump as far as I am fully for Roe v. Wade as far as a federal limit as far as abortion. But I also think that right now, a lot of political debates and a lot of politics are very emotionally charged arguments, which I feel like right now our country is so aggressively right versus left versus the better of people, if that makes any kind of sense.
We're very polarized, yeah, and I don't know. I can give you why I think that is, and
yeah, I think right now the main thing is that it's coming on both sides, and I think as a Republican, it is hard to justify the fact that Trump is using his power that he has right now to encourage a lot more racism and a lot more hate speech. I think that is a huge, huge problem. However, when the time of voting was for me, I didn't have enough polling factors for Kamala, so I was pushed towards Trump, which is where I came from. I'm a criminal justice major and a psychology major, so right now I'm trying to find more information, I guess, to support. However, I think that there definitely should have been a different candidate for the Republican Party than Donald Trump. And I actually don't know why you guys are like kind of hating on me in the comments. I'm admitting that I went into voting slightly uneducated, and I was going to ask for kind of clarification on some points I've been hearing.
Okay.
So I don't really understand why you guys are being a little bit rude here.
Don't read they'll give you cancer. I get it all day. If you look at my YouTube chat, you would never, yeah.
So the first thing I kind of just asked and talked to you about, because this is just stuff that I've been doing a lot more research and stuff on, as far as I think it's really hard when people that do support Kamala Harris, the clips that get posted of them are just kind of them not being able to have a rebuttal towards why they support her. However, I do understand that when she was elected into the vice president role, that is already proving of leadership. However, there are some things where I just don't think it was fair to necessarily the timing of, sorry, I have 2 puppies. I'm so sorry. The timing of when she just got immediately put in for election, I think that was kind of just maybe more of a factor for me of why I didn't necessarily have as much trust in her leadership. And it has nothing to do with anything as far as gender or race, more of just the fact that, which again, this is kind of a controversial topic, but he ran our country before. And when you were talking about Elon Musk in a recession, I fully think that there's a lot of things that will send us into a recession. But I also think that during COVID, when a lot of people, I guess, had their debts or their things that they were paying off got put on hold, I think that also really hurt our economy.
All right. So this is what I will give you what I think happened with our economy during COVID. First of all, Trump made gas prices skyrocket. He did this thing called the OPEC 2020 deal, and this was a year before he left office. For the first time in history, a barrel of oil was negative $37 per barrel, and Trump got
I definitely look into that.
You have looked into it?
I said I would love to look into that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that source. Yeah.
So OPEC 2020, and what Trump did was he told Saudi Arabia to stop drilling so much oil. He made them turn down their oil drilling by 9.7 million barrels per day, and it was a 2-year commitment. And they did it. And it made the world market of oil, it made the supply go down while the demand stayed the same and even increased when we came out of COVID. So it made oil skyrocket. That's one thing that happened. And that can be shown right here. This is the price of regular oil, gasoline from 1990 to 2023. This is 2020. This is it skyrocketing. This is 2022 when it ended during Biden's presidency, and then it started falling. That is one thing that contributed to inflation. The other thing that I would say was inflation was worldwide. If you see this, this is a map. At this point in time, when this map was released, this was 2024, we had 2.2% inflation right here. While these countries had 15, 20, these 25 plus. So Biden, Daddy Biden gave us the bounce back from inflation or from COVID better than any country on planet Earth. Anybody.
Okay.
So that's what I would say. Biden did a lot of things, including the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act, that spurred the market and created tons of jobs so that people can come back to work, and it moved money in the economy. I would say these are all great things. Not a single thing can you pin down and say this is what Biden did that was bad for the economy. I've never seen one thing that he did. The shutdowns or the lockdowns were state controlled. Biden did enforce a vaccination mandate that the alternative was to get COVID tested, which is just fine. I think if all you had to do was get a COVID test, you should be totally fine. You can work whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
All of these things, I would say, completely gives Biden no liability when it comes to inflation or the markets or the fact that we're part of a $52 trillion supply chain, that when these countries are fucked up and we all trade with each other, things get expensive.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely, thank you for that. Another thing that I I want a clarification on, because these are things I see as people bringing up in support of Trump, is the whole Trump started no new wars kind of argument. I was just wondering kind of your opinions and thoughts on that. And that was pretty much it. I just kind of wanted to come in here and talk and just kind of get other resources to better learn and educate for the future.
I think Trump is a horrible diplomat, and I think that's just a coincidence that there were no new wars under Trump. We can just see it right now. Trump has started talking about taking over Greenland and about taking over the Panama. He started a trade war with every one of our allies. We are more alone on the world stage than we ever have been, and we have far fewer friends. And it also showed that Trump taking a $400 million jet from the people who fund Hamas shows that he's on nobody's side. He's on whoever's side gives him money, because he's apparently that's not the best way to keep your friendship with Netanyahu, and he's also more of a pussy on the world stage when it comes to Ukraine and Russia. He hasn't been mean to Putin, not even once. He hasn't said one thing to make Putin scared of retaliation, of what Trump might do.
Okay. Sorry, I completely lost my point because I was listening to that. But the last thing I just was curious about, because you were bringing up Elon Musk earlier, and now I guess people like are calling it their breakup or whatever. But I guess just like logically, this might be a stupid claim, but if the richest man in the world is in charge of our money, I feel like there's no one better I'd like to be in charge of money than someone who has made themselves the richest man.
I find conflict of interest. So if you're the richest
Okay.
man in the world, you have different interests than the general public, even if you're a millionaire, right? So if Elon if he's given the decision to cut Medicaid for 10 million people so that he can save a few $billions at the end of the year, will he do that, or will he do the right thing? And the answer is we don't know. I don't think Elon would do the right thing. He did things such as cut USAID, which ultimately is going to kill 3 to 4 million Africans this year, because he wants to save the US government $9 billion. And along with many other things, feeding starving children across the world, being a soft power on the world stage, things that prevent us from having to send rockets and bombs places, or fighting T groups in the future, or sending our children to war in the future. These small efforts show these developing countries, hey, we're the good guys. We're the West. You should look to us. You shouldn't look to China. You shouldn't look to Russia when looking for allies. You should look to us and be our friend. And that's what we were doing up until Elon Musk cut things like USAID. And I think that his incentives for doing that were selfish. And I also think that if you're on the right and you're voting for Republican policies, you're ultimately just voting for them to cut your tax rates. So what that ultimately looks like, if we are ever going to pay back the debt that we're in, we are going to be shoving that responsibility to the middle class, to the lower class. And what that looks like right now is tariffs. So the 10%, 30% increase in taxes when in the form of tariffs is going to far outweigh whatever tax cut Trump's trying to tell you that he's giving you in reducing tax tips or overtime, whatever the fuck else he's trying to sell you. It's also going to add trillions of dollars to our deficit, and it's completely antithetical to Doge.
Absolutely. Thank you. A lot of these points are something I'd look into, and I'd love to do some more research and talk with you again. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, YouTube's real upset about that one, guys. I just blacked out. What was it? Did I say something bad? That all sounded so scripted. Where's the lie? Hey, thank you for the chicken hat. Thank you for the sunglasses, y'all. Thank you so much for the summer. Oh, they meant her? Oh. Love that chicken hat. Thank you. Shiggy diggies. There he is.
Yo, Pickles.
What's up, bub?
How you doing, man?
Doing good.
Oh, it's good to hear. How's it going today? Killing it?
I suppose so.
All right, man. I got one. So I got one criticism of something you just said. You know, economics is my thing.
Yeah.
But then I got one praise for you. So one thing is I don't think Elon doesn't count for predicting a recession, but the Atlanta Fed's not predicting a recession right now. And in fact, I wouldn't even believe it if they were, because they were so far off on their Q1 GDP numbers, and they're consistently so far off on their GDP numbers, it's not even funny. So last quarter, they thought we were going to be negative like 2.8, we were negative 0.3, and we're supposed to reaccelerate to 2.24% GDP. So I don't see a recession coming. However, let me say this is the only reason there's not a recession is because we just literally just backed off everything that Trump said he was going to do, right? So we swerved the car towards the guardrail and then swerved it back, and now we're trying to say we're good drivers.
Yeah. Okay. I can take that. And you're right. They're not predicting a recession. They're predicting an economic contraction, which is a mini recession, right? Just one quarter is what that means, or lack of growth. Atlanta Fed's president Raphael Bostic has also stated he expects a slowdown in economic growth, but not a recession, and anticipates only one interest rate cut in 2025, as opposed to 3, wasn't it? It was 3. Prediction change when information changes. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know where you went, guys.
Pickles, can you hear me?
There you are.
Oh, sorry, bud. I don't know if you know this. I'm wildly underqualified to talk about most of the topics you talk about, like the border and everything like that. And I probably agree with you on most of them. But the economy, I think I'm the most qualified person on TikTok. So let me be the first Trump voter to say that the big, beautiful bill is a steaming piece of shit that I would never vote for. And if I've already called my rep and my senators and everything, said, if you vote for this, it's your chance. I live in a blue state, so I'm like, it's your chance to get my vote from now on, because I can't believe the fiscal irresponsibility that we're presenting after all that talk. So real talk for you, Pickles. Hope you appreciate it.
I like that.
And just so you know, I don't know if you know my background. I have a PhD in finance. I'm a contributor to the Wall Street Journal and Market Watch, and I've got a little bit of clout in the industry. And I think the big, beautiful bill is a big fucking turd.
I love to hear that, Shiggy D. And we've talked a few times before, right? So you're the conservative, and you're a frequent watcher, and I think you're even a supporter, right?
I'm a subscriber and all that stuff. I love what you do, man. Even though I voted the other way, I don't know if I would do it again at this point. But it is what weird. That's why I listen to you all the time. I want to hear the other perspective. I probably became so pigeonholed in the economic aspects of everything, I ignored a lot of other things. However, I will tell you, the main reason for my vote for the Trump administration was not for Trump, it was for Scott Bessent. He was actually a professor at Yale. I went to Yale. He had some really good ideas, and unfortunately, none of those are being implemented at this time. I had a lot of faith in him. It's unfortunate. And the reason why I kind of liked him is because he wasn't like a weirdo right-wing MAGA conservative Republican super religious freak. He was he's a former Democrats, I would say still a Democrat, Soros fund supporter. Like, he literally ran the Soros fund. I'm not saying that's not like conspiracy. LGBTQ member, like all that stuff. I had high hopes for him being the Secretary of the Treasury, and he's completely blundered it.
Oh, damn. Well, damn.
Good guy, but he's kind of fucking it up. So, any questions for me?
Honestly, I'm so brain dead. This is my we're going 6 hours today, so
that's why I thought I'd come in and end you on a good note. So
I appreciate you, Shiggy. I appreciate you. I always do.
You want to drop me down? I think it's better for the algorithm, right?
Yeah, I got you. Have a good one, man.
All right. Thanks, bud.
Yellow.
What's going on, man?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell yeah.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Well, what I like about Trump is that he's a good businessman. He knows how to lead a country. most presidents in other countries and prime ministers and all that, they are fearful of Trump.
Who like
and,
who?
Like the president of Saudi Arabia, I believe it was. I think that he said he was afraid of Trump a little bit, and that when Kamala and Biden were in office, that nobody was scared of him. They knew that they could take advantage of him.
So I would point you towards this. There's a Pew Research article that did a poll, and it shows the favorability of Biden versus Trump. And Biden won every single country besides like 3 authoritarian dictator countries: Hungary, like Israel, and like one other, Russia. And
Yeah, because you want to know why? Because they know that they can take advantage of Biden. They know that they can pull off a lot of shit with Biden.
So here's what I would say. I think Trump is very easily playable. Like, you can make fun of him in the media and he would react to you like he's very easily like a third grader. You can be like, "You're stupid," and he would go, "Nuh-uh," and he would tweet about it. He's very easily manipulated. I don't think anybody's scared. I don't think anybody's scared of that. When Biden saw that Ukraine was being invaded by Russia, Biden went and got 50 countries to rally behind Ukraine, which everybody in the world should be afraid of. So I think that people are more afraid of an America or the United States that is friends with all of its allies, and less afraid of a United States who is shitting the bed economically and also infighting with half of his administration right now.
Economically.
He's basically done a trade war with all of his best friends and in slowing down the GDP growth of our country. And as Elon Musk said, and as also Goldman Sachs has said, we could be very likely heading into a recession this year.
Oh, we could. Okay, so I'm gonna go off of Elon Musk. Okay. Yeah, I believe in that too. I think Elon Musk says everything fucking right. I think that dude's a fucking genius. Every take that he says fucking right.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic, because that's last week. That's what y'all were saying, right?
No, I'm being fucking sarcastic. I've never liked Elon Musk. Okay, glad he helped us get Trump in office, but fuck that dude. Okay, but anyways, name how is our country not doing good in economic, other besides the stock market crashing and there being a virus going on right now?
We have things like ports not even close to being as full as they usually would be. We have grocery store giants raising their prices to the tune of 8%. We have CPI increasing by 3%. We have the American taxpayers are going to be paying an increase in tax to the tune of 10 to 30%, depending on where you buy your goods. I think it's a silly moment for us to look at how tariffs affect trade with other countries. They're disincentivizing free trade, and it stops and slows down the trade of commodities, which is going to cause the GDP to slow down.
Okay, that's a fair point. Okay, I'll give you that. But okay, so what do you think about our border policies and border acts and all that? Don't you think that's good?
He hasn't passed any actual policies. The only thing he's done is he's actually used executive order and the arm of the federal government to literally kidnap people, claim that they're terrorists, and send them to prison for the rest of their life in El Salvador, which has pretty much terrified the whole world into not even coming here on tourism.
It's making it way better because we got MS-13 members coming in here doing unspeakable acts, and
not very many of them.
Not many, very of them, but they're still MS-13. They're criminals.
When's the last time you saw MS-13 do something bad?
Like literally, I saw a clip of an apartment getting broken in through by a bunch of MS-13 members with a bunch of pew-pews and all that. And then
are you talking about the one in Colorado?
Yes, the one in Colorado.
So one apartment complex that had some gang.
Multiple. And that's the reason why we're reopening Alcatraz. Okay, Alcatraz is getting reopened because
that's so tacky and a huge waste of money, bro.
No, it's not, dude. The reason why we are reopening Alcatraz and using El Salvador a lot for these foreign terrorists and MS-13 members. We're trying to help this country out.
It's literally the smallest demographic of crime, and this is what I cite all the time. The crime for undocumented migrants here in the United States last year, they committed 29 murders out of the 17,000 people that were murdered. 29. That's what you guys are spending hundreds of billions of dollars of undoing. When we could literally spend a fraction of that, we could spend $2 billion and let Harvard study how to cure cancer. Instead, we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars to chase people around because you guys think there's just gang members everywhere, and they're not. They're nowhere.
There is gang members everywhere. What are you talking about? In
Yeah,
California, Compton, all places like that, man. There's fucking criminals everywhere, just running around.
The crime statistics say otherwise. We have almost no crime from these people at all.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, we have 350 million people here. 14 million or 13 million of them are undocumented migrants, and 29 of them committed murder last year. That's it. That is the safest country on earth. If you were to isolate that group of people and put them all together on an island, it'd be the safest island in existence in the universe.
Safest island.
Yes.
I bet, man. Where's your statistics from?
From the Department of Homeland Security.
Homeland and Security. How about that?
Alien crime statistics. You want to look at the screen?
Yeah. Show me something real quick.
This is it right here. This is criminal alien statistics from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. This is where we've seen him. So in fiscal year 2017, when Trump was telling y'all they're not bringing their best, some are rapists, some are criminals, some are good people. We're talking about 3 people that were unalived in 2017, and he convinced y'all that this was a big deal. We need to build a whole border wall costing billions of dollars. And then we have 29 from last year. 29. It's still, we had 48,000 or 40,000 gun deaths last year. You guys are focused on 29 people who were unalived.
Oh, that's still pretty bad, dude. That's not good.
It's literally nothing.
It's literally nothing?
Yes.
Yeah, you're obviously fucking joking, dude, because that's pretty fucking terrible.
29 out of 40,000, it's literally nothing.
29 out of 40,000. Okay, yeah, it's not that bad, but it's still pretty fucking terrible. I mean, how can you sit here and defend fucking MS-13 members?
I don't care who they are. If they're not unaliving people, I don't want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on it.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let me say this, okay? So say I'm an MS-13 member, I walk up to you and be like, hey, I'm a former MS-13 member, but I'm your next door neighbor now. I promise I'm not gonna pull off any sneaky shit. I haven't killed nobody in fucking 5 years. What are you gonna think about that?
I don't know. I'm gonna yo, what's up, dude? You guys wanna cook some food? What do you got?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking invite an MS-13 member over. Yeah, so basically you're defending fucking murderers and criminals.
No, if you're a murderer, you get deported. If they catch you and convict you of that,
that's why MS-13 members are getting deported.
Well, no, you actually have to be convicted of a crime. You can't just say all of them are criminals. It's not a crime to be part of a gang. That's why we don't just arrest people who wear certain colors on the streets of Compton.
Oh yeah, no, nothing like that. But MS-13 members are way different than fucking Blood and Crip.
Okay, I want to remind you, you voted for somebody who committed 34 felonies.
34 felonies. Yeah, he was only guilty for about like 3 of them.
No, he's literally guilty of all 34.
Name one of them that he's guilty for.
Fraud.
Okay, so he used the state laws for his businesses. So now he's committing fucking fraud. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing as somebody walking around without a social security number who you call illegal all day.
Oh yeah, no doubt. They're definitely illegal. I'm sorry.
Well, Trump's more illegal than anybody, right?
No, he's not. He was born in New York.
Well, no, he's like an illegal person, right? If he committed a crime.
That doesn't make him illegal.
Okay, well then thank you for admitting that. That doesn't make undocumented people illegal too, huh?
No, undocumented people are very much illegal.
How so?
It's not. And you Democrats keep saying that, oh, we think it's all Latinos. No, it's not just Latinos. In fact, it's more people from Germany, Europeans. It's not just Latinos that you guys bring up. But anyway, okay, they are very much illegal. You have no documents. Hell, some of these guys are using fake papers.
God forbid. You mean fraud?
Fraud, yes. Fake papers is fraud. Fake papers is fraud that Trump will never
Oh,
do.
no.
I mean, I'm just telling you the fucking truth, dude. Because some of these guys are committing fraud on their paperwork. These guys
Straight to jail.
Yeah, no, straight to jail, straight out of my fucking country. Because you're fucking legal. I mean, dude, how simple is that?
Yeah, okay. Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
There's 3 children, okay? One of them is going to be murdered by an undocumented migrant, and 2 of them are going to be murdered by a U.S. citizen. Which one do you save? You can only save 2 or 1.
Save the undocumented migrant because he only murdered one of them.
So you're going to let the other 2 die?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the murderers. No, okay, no, I'm gonna save 2 of them.
So you admit that we could use these hundreds of billions of dollars that Trump is using to catch all of these people and deport them. We could use that to save far more lives, right?
Yeah, I believe in that, and I don't agree with Trump on everything. Like, I don't agree with Trump on AB, but that's the state's decision.
Okay, so that's what I'm illustrating to you, though, right? Like, this is not worth our time and money. If we're trying to reduce this 29 murders down to 0, when we can spend a fraction of that, like literally hundreds of billions of dollars less, saving far more than 29 lives. Far more. Like, probably tens of thousands.
Yeah. But these illegals, they need to get out of here, dude. They're I don't know how to say it. Like, the people that get into this country fair are being very, very disappointed because they could just they could have just hopped over the border and just got in here freely.
Yeah, that's a you know what that crime is called? It's called entry without inspection. Do you know what the punishment is for that?
What's the punishment?
It's $50 fine. It's a $50 fucking fine.
$50 fine my ass.
$50.
Yeah, there should be no fine. They should be kicked out of this country and tell them to go. Hey,
I could literally I could care 2 fucks. I really couldn't care.
Oh, you really couldn't fucking care. I can tell because
like, what does it do? Like, what does it do? Like, you like their presence hurts your feelings so much. I don't really get what they're doing.
They're stealing our fucking jobs.
Literally, the 13 million out of 350 million people, they're all stealing your job. Aren't you more qualified to do like hard labor?
Oh yeah, I'm a blue collar worker.
You're blue collar? So they're not stealing your job, right?
Oh no, some of them are. Pretty much they are.
What do you do?
I do landscape, I build houses. I'm basically a construction worker, blue collar worker.
Okay, so they
I mean, hell, I got a friend that's a U.S. citizen that got fired to let this one undocumented illegal immigrant take his position.
Aren't you working though? You're still working?
Yeah, but I don't care about just me. I care about other people.
But you'd vote Democrat if you've cared for other people.
No, I voted Republican, MAGA, so I care for people, not just myself.
What about the tens of millions of people who are going to lose Medicare because of Trump?
No, Trump's already stated that he has a plan for getting rid of Medicare.
We've seen it. He's going to cut their Medicare.
Yeah, he's going to cut their Medicare, replace it with something else.
We've given him 9 years to come up with a plan, an alternative. He hasn't written one down yet. He's been running off on this since 2016, hasn't he?
Yes, he has a fucking plan, dude. But you're not fucking realizing this. Yeah, listen. The plan he's about to propose is going to be amazing. Okay, it's going to be more.
What if it doesn't pass? He's cutting Medicare before he has a backup plan?
It's going to fucking pass because it's brilliant.
Why doesn't he do it all in the same bill where you cut the plan for Medicare and you add this? Why doesn't he do it that way instead of people having a hiccup in their coverage?
I don't know, man. I'm not a fucking government.
I got news for you. It's not coming. He doesn't have one.
Yes, he is, dude. Listen, you're talking about what if it doesn't fucking pass? It's a brilliant fucking plan. I can tell you that. I've seen it.
You've never. Where do I find it? Where can I see it?
Look up Trump's Medicare plan. You'll see it.
Bub.
Listen, dude. I looked it up 2 weeks ago. I saw it.
Literally, there's nothing of the sort besides a big beautiful bill.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry for you, dude. I guess Google works in different ways. But okay. I'm surprised you're not bitching about the Epstein files like the other Democrats are.
No, we've been screaming about it for 4 years. We don't think you guys believe any of that.
What are you talking about, dude?
Dog. I don't even want to talk about it. I get banned every time I talk about it.
Oh, you get banned every time you talk about it. Yeah. Because, Charlie Kirk, he talked about it, yesterday on TikTok, that, the Democrats were too scared to release them when, Obama was in office. They were talking about...
What a brilliant take.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no. It's a fucking brilliant take. Because the Democrats are too fucking scared to release them their damn selves.
Yeah. That's a good misdirection. Good Charlie Kirk misdirection.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk's a fucking amazing guy. He's teaching these college students about the real fucking world and what Democrats are going to do to this country and ruin it again.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk, he's got all the answers.
No, I wouldn't say he's got all the answers, but he's a very smart guy.
I think he's a clown.
Oh, he's a fucking clown.
He got slaughtered by Cambridge students. That's right, Goodley.
No, he fucking slaughters Dean and fucking
That's never happened either. Dean and
Parker. Yep, Dean and fucking Parker.
That's it. He was too scared. We went there to A&M. He didn't want to talk to any of us.
Oh yeah, no, 'cause he's already fucking dealt with y'all. That's why.
I don't think so.
No, he's already ducking dead, dude.
He ran.
He ran. Oh, I bet.
All right. Hey, do you want to say thank you to Brandon?
Whatever, dude.
Brandon, thank you for the kick. W. Brandon's in chat. W. Brandon's in chat for the kick. We love you, Brandon. Thank you so much. Oh, chat. Oh, I'm just looking at myself and I'm just so damn good looking, chat. Look at that. Just make it look so damn easy. Where'd he go? I'm just kidding, chat, but seriously. Better with green glasses. God damn, chat. Oslo's here. Yo, that kid was 24. If you ran for office, I would fund you. Shiggy diggies. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Charlie Kirk is a wiener, dude. I don't like him. Charlie Kirk is a wiener. Don't call them Urkel glasses, bro. These glasses are fucking awesome.
Donald Trump versus Elon Musk is the exact same as Iron Man versus Captain America. They will be on good terms.
You're talking about Trump and Musk?
Yes. It's the exact same as Iron Man versus Captain America. They will be on good terms.
Oh, man. Not after what he said. Rich Poor's gone already. Come on, dude. Which one of them's Captain America? Nah. No, there's no coming back from talking about Trump being on the island man's list. Hello?
Yeah, how's it going?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I am.
What do you like about Trump?
His stance on abortion.
Doesn't he not have one?
Where are you getting that from?
He says he just sent it back to the States.
Well, then I support Dodd and overturning Roe v. Wade.
Well, that's already done.
Yeah, wasn't that something Trump contributed to?
If you admit it, I guess that's a point for us, right? Doesn't he say he didn't do that?
Wait, I don't understand. If you're asking why Trump sucks, and I'm pointing to something I think Trump did that was good, isn't that kind of counter to your claim?
All right, I'll bite, but I have to bring a woman up to debate this.
Sure.
Do we have any takers, chat? Hey.
Hell yeah, I'll be your Huckleberry. It's
Sup?
just my game. All right, hit us with it, Matthew.
What do you want to hear?
Well, you came up to say something, something, AB something, something.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should be saying AB. Yeah, I mean, I'm against AB.
Are you but you support the choice going back to the States, right?
Yeah, I do. But
This is interesting. I live in California.
Against it.
I live in California. We actually have large swaths of counties that are red and counties that are blue. So I'm wondering if you'd even support going down more granular to like the county level.
I'm not sure. I don't think I've thought about that specifically.
Well, it's more freedom,
like
right? If like counties could make that determination, because otherwise there's going to be huge parts of California where it's legal. So, and I'm telling you, if you look at the map, like there's huge parts of California. So maybe we should go down to the county level.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's potentially some merit in that.
And then even within our county here, like even in Los Angeles, we have some cities that are like pretty red and conservative. Big cities. I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of people, right? So maybe even cities could have different ordinances.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm just generally from like a moral perspective against abortion.
I understand. So I'm trying to make sure that people have the most choice possible, because
yeah.
otherwise in California, it's going to be legal. All right, so great. So maybe down to the city level. What's crazy, because even like block to block, there can be some pretty big cultural divides and differences. And then even house to house, and even within the same house.
Yeah, sure. But we can't break down laws to the individual. There has to be some nationwide or some level of governance that affects people. We can't take everything down to the individual.
Why not? Otherwise, like I said, if you're going to be in a blue state, you know, you're going to be in a heathen state that allows such things. So
yeah, no, I understand. I hear what you're saying. Do you think we should? Do you think if everyone in a county agrees, we should have counties where the age of consent is 14? If everyone in the county agrees, is that okay?
Absolutely not.
Nope. I'm advocating for individuals' ability to make their own choices with regard to their body, and saying that a government can't compel you to use your body to sustain, even if we're going to grant that it's life, which it's not life as we know it. The government, again, I thought that you were like a small government conservative sort of guy, shouldn't be able to compel you to use your body to sustain someone else's life. I can give you an example. If you have 2 perfectly good kidneys and somebody in a hospital somewhere needs one of them, it's no skin off your back, so to speak, for you to give up one of your kidneys to sustain their life. Should the government force you to donate one of your kidneys?
Yeah, so in that example, that'd be an example of like excessive obligation, right? Because giving up a kidney is very strenuous. But let's say
pregnancy is very strenuous. Pregnancy is
it is, and that's why I acknowledge. No, I acknowledge it's very strenuous, but I also think what we have to do is we have to weigh how strenuous and how terrible and how hard it is for a woman to go through with a pregnancy against the potential value of the fetus.
And who better to do that than the woman themselves?
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. That's my point. Is so if we're saying we have equal protection under the law, right, which is constitutional, then if you as a man can't be compelled to use your body in a strenuous manner to sustain someone else's life, neither can women. So it should be left up to individuals.
Right, but I'm arguing that from my moral framework, the potential life of the fetus is more valuable than, let's say, a woman who gets an abortion or an AV voluntarily.
That's the problem. But I hate to break it to you, women are citizens and we do have equal protection under the law. So you're valuing a clump of cells over the woman and her liberty and her well-being is unconstitutional flatly.
Well, what I'm valuing is the potential for the human life.
Right. And that's a big problem
well.
because under the Constitution, we have protections as humans with lives already. Hate to break it to you.
Yeah, so I'm not arguing the is. I'm not arguing what is true. I'm arguing what ought to be true.
I know you are, and do you understand why that's terrifying and why it's unconstitutional and it's not in any way aligned with our American values of life and liberty? You're basically saying that women should be second-class citizens if there are citizens at all.
No, I think they're citizens, but I think that citizens can also have an obligation to help other future citizens.
But not men, because you're not going to force a man to give up a healthy kidney to a stranger who needs one to survive. So that's not even life-threatening.
I think if men could get pregnant, and I guess some can, depending on how we're talking about gender versus sex, and I think the man should have to do the same thing.
Nice. There you go.
Rare W.
Anyways, it's definitely unfortunate that it only affects women, but it does, and that's
well. But it doesn't because I'm trying to apply the same standard to men. I'm giving a hypothetical where.
Oh yeah, sure. Here, I'll work with you on this hypothetical.
Great.
Let's say that men could give up kidneys, or let's say if men didn't give up a kidney, there'd be a fetus that doesn't develop into a person. Right?
Why a fetus? Why not an existing human who needs a kidney? Because that's a real life scenario. Let's roll with that.
Sure. Let's say the thing is I don't know all the details on how kidney transplants work, but sure, yeah, that's fine. So let's say someone's gonna die, right? Unless they get a kidney transplant.
Yes.
So right now, is there a shortage of kidneys for
Always.
Transplants?
Always.
Okay. So yeah, I think that I think what we have to do is we have to weigh how hard it is to give up a kidney against the potential against this person's future, against the person who needs the kidney.
Right.
And I think if we weigh those against each other and we decide that, hey, it's not the person can go through with giving up a kidney to save this person, then I think they're obliged to do it.
Who makes that determination? The government, a doctor?
Well, I think
should the individual
ideally
themselves be able to opt out or in?
I'm more so just talking about what we should do. So I think that would be decided by a society, and then that society in a democracy would vote into power someone who reflects their beliefs.
So go ahead.
This
Pickles.
is dangerous territory, but I would argue it's easily more rare and far more tangible that you're going to be saving a life and when somebody needs a kidney. So my stepdad's on a wait list for a kidney. It's 2 years. But I could probably or somebody can go make someone pregnant very easily. Your seed is not that limited. People's eggs aren't that limited most times. Some people are, but I'm saying this is not the miracle that that receiving a kidney is. It's far more valuable to find a kidney and someone who matches, and it would far more tangibly save a life and make somebody's a conscious being their life better. So I would say this easily wins over forcing someone to sustain a pregnancy of a baby that might not even be viable at the end, or that might unalive that person.
Yeah, sure. So let me say this too. I think that all I'm advocating for is that we weigh the potential value of the fetus against the woman's desire for an abortion, right? So I would apply the same logic with the kidney donation, right? I would weigh how strenuous it is to donate a kidney against the need or the obligation that person has to give the other person a kidney. So in both cases, I'm just, my logic is consistent. I'm just asking us to weigh them. I'm just valuing each of the things we're weighing differently in the scenario. So that's why it doesn't map on one-to-one.
I just find it hard. I don't think any Republican out there would be gung-ho about the idea of us snagging a kidney from them, writing laws about us snagging someone else's kidney and forcibly removing it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I haven't thought enough about the kidney example to be able to say, because again, I'm not weighing, I don't think, for example, someone going through with a pregnancy holds the same weight necessarily as someone donating a kidney, right?
It sure
Both
can.
strenuous, but
It sure can.
It sure can, but exactly, that's what I think we would need to figure out and weigh. And it's just with abortion, that's a conversation we've been having. And
I'll tell you what, Matthew,
with
though,
kidneys, it's not.
If you're pro-life and you want to protect people's lives, go pursue mandatory kidney donation legislation first, and then you can come back and talk to us about AB.
Why do you think that takes precedent? Why should I pursue kidneys first?
Because I want to see that you're holding, again, an equal standard, that if the government can compel people to use their bodies to sustain a life, and again, the question of what constitutes life here, it is much clearer that like Pickle's stepfather is a life. Right?
It doesn't matter to me that it's life. It's the potential for life. I agree with you. It's a clump of cells. It's not a person yet. I'm forgoing that it is a person.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that it still has value. Right?
That makes the calculation way clearer, though. The potential for life is also that covers sperm.
No, it doesn't, because a sperm isn't a lie, or it won't develop into a person unless it becomes a zygote. It's a haploid. It's 23 out of the 40.
The potential for life.
That's easy work, though. That's easy work. That's not the hard part. That's not a hard part.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. It's not the hard part. So let's combine. And once it is a zygote, right, then I think that should be able to develop and have the potential, like you and me, to live out a life.
So should women be forced to try to get their eggs fertilized every single month because there's the potential for life there?
No, because you're not denying something specific.
Yes,
like,
you
for
are.
Example,
yes, you are. That's specific.
Zygote? No. So sperm,
Specific
right? There's a bunch of
oocyte
sperm. Every sperm has the potential if combined with an egg, whereas a zygote in the woman's body will develop into, or is going to become a fetus, which is going to become a person. So it's a specific thing. It's not, so like, for example, wearing contraception is fine because you're not targeting the specific thing, which is like, for example, the zygote when the egg.
Not everyone agrees with you on that, Matthew.
Exactly. That's why we're having discourse over it. If we all agreed on it, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
But the point is that any of these things, if you try to enact into legislation, is going to impinge upon your liberty. And so if we're having these kinds of discussions, again, as I would think consider yourself a good conservative, small government type of guy, leave it up to individuals.
No, I'm not. I don't think we should leave it up to individuals. I think we should have a moral framework that dictates how we weigh these things, how we weigh the potential life for the fetus.
You will never
against the woman's desire.
Until it impinges upon your freedom. But it sounds to me that you're not comfortable with women weighing or making these decisions for themselves. You can use contraception. You don't have to give up a kidney.
Women can use. Women can take measures, right, to prevent a pregnancy too. I'm not against that.
Well, okay, here's another one for you then. Here's my proposal. Forced vasectomies, compulsory, all men. We can get your sperm first and put it on ice so it's not like you can't reproduce later, but that would end all ABs, right? If you're for saving the babies, every man going under the knife. What do you say?
So we would freeze all of the sperm, and then we could use that whenever a woman like voluntarily chose to have a pregnancy. Is that
yes.
the thought?
That's exactly it. And then by law.
And what about the women who then change their mind once they have the pregnancy?
Well,
and they're asking for an abortion, what then?
Well, that we can determine that later. The point is, are you okay with government? Government.
No, but that would be a reason.
I say she can still terminate. I say she can still terminate. We can
understand why that's
later.
An important conversation to have, because we were going to enact this into policy that all men are going to have forced vasectomies,
right?
And they're going to donate their sperm onto ice. That would be something we would have to consider and would change the way we look at it, right?
Fine. So we can talk about it. So we can talk about it. But first, I'm asking you: are you conceding? Are you agreeing with me that all men should be forced to have vasectomies?
No, because again, I could only come to a conclusion about that after we discuss the implications. And one of those said implications has to do with, would women be allowed to get abortions if they
Hey,
change
look,
their mind after getting the sperm?
if I grant you that and I say that we outlaw AB in this scenario, are you granting that we could go ahead and proceed with the forced vasectomies?
I don't know. Why would we want to?
Because in this situation, especially if I'm granting you that we would outlaw AB, it eliminates AB and protects all of the potential for life.
Yeah, I would say that would eliminates most pregnancies that Republicans have like a problem with, like people using it as birth control. Like that's usually the line I hear, or just people like doing elective abortions. If they're doing elective reversals of vasectomies, it's very unlikely that we'll probably cut down on like 99.9999% of all elective abortions, especially if it's this deliberate and you have to reverse your vasectomy. Have you had a vasectomy? It's $700. Best decision I've ever made in my life. Turns into a toy gun. Pew pew. And it's all good.
W toy gun.
So you're saying that I should support it because it gets rid of 99, something like that, percent of voluntary abortions, right?
Yes. I'm also saying that this is an insane hypothetical because I don't think men should be forced to undergo procedures like this, even though they're extremely low risk relative to pregnancy.
Yeah, I don't think they should either, but I don't think it is a point for your argument either.
I'm trying to get you to make that make sense.
Why what? Well, why men shouldn't be forced to have vasectomy?
Right. Why isn't that the thing you're advocating for?
So why do you think I would advocate for it? Let me ask that first.
Because we're trying to prevent unwanted pregnancies and ABs, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, you're adding the condition of the fact that in this world there'd be no ABs, which makes it more convoluted. But what you're really asking initially is whether I think men should have to have forced vasectomies in this hypothetical, right? And in this hypothetical, the thing that, a vasectomy prevents is like the sperm. And again, I don't value the sperm, I value the zygote.
Right. And so it makes it so that all pregnancies are pregnancies by choice. Because we can still have the sperm, like I said, we can get that on the side, no problem.
Yeah,
do
exactly.
IVF.
You know what? Okay, you know what else we could do though? We could just get the sperm and then forego the vasectomies.
What and make SMECs illegal?
No. I mean, as long as people weren't having, again, as long as elective ABs were banned, there wouldn't be a problem. This fits perfectly into your
If we
hypothetical.
no, but my point is that vasectomies, for one thing, are lower risk than pregnancy. And so if somebody's going to be forced to undergo something to prevent unwanted pregnancy and then therefore prevent AB, why are you not advocating for this? Why shouldn't we force vasectomies on men?
Well, I just explained why. It's because I would, if then, right? Okay, so if we got everyone to donate sperm on ice, right? And then we didn't give people vasectomies and we banned abortion, that would be fine for me.
So what you're saying is that you want women to not be able to exercise choice and not, like, clearly your goal cannot be to prevent ABs, but then not support mandatory vasectomies. Clearly then what you're trying to do is you're fine with the unwanted pregnancies that are invariably going to result, but you want to ensure that women can't choose to terminate pregnancy. That's your end goal. Don't tell me it's to prevent AB. It's to prevent women from having autonomy.
No. So again, my end goal, or all I'm advocating for right now in this moment, is for us to weigh the potential value of the fetus against the woman's desire or the pain associated or the hardship associated with the pregnancy.
And
weighing
women
those two things against each other.
Women are well equipped to do that calculus themselves.
Yeah, I think everybody's situation is different. And what you're doing is creating these laws that are completely impossible to enforce, and you're putting women and doctors in impossible situations. But first of all, thank you, Linda, for the $5 donations. She says, why does the clump of cells or potential for personhood hold more value than the sentient person who's pregnant?
Should I articulate that? Is that what you want me to do?
Sure.
Okay. I think that, like, for example, I'll use an example because this kind of helps inform the way I think about it. Like when someone is unalived, why is that a bad thing? And I would argue one of the reasons it's a bad thing is because we're taking away their future. And I would argue that's the exact reason why taking away a fetus's potential for life is wrong, because you're taking away its future.
And forcing pregnancy can take away the future for the woman quite literally. It might be life ending. And also
exactly. And that's why
it certainly is going to impinge upon, again, her liberty and her self-determination for her future.
Yeah. So I would value like the potential life more than infringing on what you feel are like the liberties. But I wouldn't be okay, or I would be okay with an abortion if we knew for certain that she was going to die, because there's some risk that the fetus will not survive, right?
And
so
very
again,
often, any doctor will tell you that that is not ever that clear cut. None of it is that clear cut. And that is why it's best left, again, to medical professionals and ultimately to their patients to make decisions about these kinds of very sensitive, complex matters. I do not want some male congressman from frickin' North Dakota being in the room when that kind of sensitive discussion is occurring.
Yeah, and then that's why I'm advocating. I would hope that these women and these medical professionals would abide by the same moral philosophy that we need to value the potential life and the potential future of this fetus against the woman's desire for an abortion. We have to weigh the risk that this abortion is going to be potentially life threatening, like any pregnancy is. But we need to weigh.
That gets tricky.
Yes, sorry,
go ahead. Like it's tricky. We have women dying because you're putting that stipulation in front of doctors, and they're in between doctors and the decision to save a woman's life, and hoping that they're not going to lose their medical license or be sued, lose their business, or potentially go to prison because they performed a procedure that someone else didn't deem medically necessary, and that's why women
I think
are dying.
The problem there is right now the political landscape surrounding abortion is so volatile that doctors and women aren't informed on what their choices are. People don't know what to do, so doctors are put in a situation where they're not sure what's best. They have to weigh their best interests against like the woman's, and it's a complete shit show, right? So that's why I think we need to like have this be concrete, and we need people to know what it is, and it has to be signed into law so people can make educated decisions.
That we would try to do that. So every state that tried to do this, they're seeing gynecologists and doctors flee the state to the tune of like 20%, and they're creating healthcare deserts. So there's people have to drive twice as far or 4 times as far and pay twice as much to go see things that have nothing to do with even pregnancy. By the way, also someone saying check Venmo. I don't have anything new in Venmo. Somebody just sent me an invoice though, and I had to decline it. But yeah. But yeah, these restrictions are doing the complete opposite, and women are having more abortions because they're so uncertain about carrying something out because of the added risk of not being able to have a late-term abortion without all this hassle.
Yep,
Okay,
exactly.
sure. I hear this argument a lot that Dodd and like overturning Roe v. Wade has caused more abortions, but I think what that's a result of, and I think there's real statistics to back this, is that 20% of abortions happen, they're like telemedical abortions, right? So it's like you consult with the doctor online and then you're sent abortion pills. But only after Roe v. Wade was overturned did we start in mass reporting these telemedical ABs. So that's the reason why we see such a dramatic increase. It's because like prior in like I think it was April 2022, there was only 4% of telemedical abortions. But I don't think there's actually, I don't think it rose 16%. I think what happened
via telemedicine now, because they don't have, especially in red states, they don't have local doctors to provide this kind of healthcare for them.
Yeah, exactly. And telemedical abortions are really, really easy to track in comparison to traditional abortions. That's why we see this rise following Dodd, following the overturning of Roe v. Wade. That's why we see
so you're saying
abortions have quote unquote gone up.
It's an artifact of the telemedicine, but what we can, I think, pretty definitively all agree is that ABs have not gone down. The number has not gone down.
Well, how do we, I mean, maybe it's on pace to, right? We have to look at the trajectory. Why would you argue that they haven't gone down?
Because if we have data stating that it's going up, and I understand what you're saying, okay, maybe it's just being logged and tracked.
Again, right? Wait. If my argument is that it's correlation and not causation, then it doesn't matter. Like, then I don't understand why you're arguing now that.
But regardless of correlation, causation, the overturning of Dodd, from your point of view, was supposed to result in a decrease, right? So I'm
Not
so what
statistically, but in practice, maybe. Because if you look at it, right, if there was such an influx of reported telemedical abortions, right, if that influx was so great, it could potentially cancel out the amount of abortions that have that are not happening as a result of overturning Roe v.
okay,
Wade.
right, but on the whole, isn't the goal for there to be a net decrease? Why does it matter? The point
So
is, it's
again,
not
wait,
effective.
hold
And
on.
for the reason that Pickle stated, if I were to find myself in a situation now where I were pregnant, and fearful that I wouldn't be able to obtain an AB later on if I find out there's like a chromosomal deformity going on or something like that, I'd be a lot more inclined to terminate sooner.
Okay, wait a second though. Does that mean that unreported ABs aren't ABs?
No.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm trying to say. Just because more ABs are being reported as a result of them being telemedical ABs, that doesn't mean there are in practice more ABs.
I understand.
That doesn't mean that
you're
there's
saying,
not more
right.
There also could be an increase of unreported ABs as well. In all of these red states where it's completely illegal to do it, they could be doing unsafe ABs, which is also what you're an advocate for when you are trying to outlaw abortion.
So again, this is kind of what I'm trying to say is that just because an AB goes unreported doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So that's what I'm saying. The data right now is unclear. We can't say for certain whether or not overturning Roe v. Wade.
States are also stopping to report. They're stopping reporting on infant mortality.
Why?
Because they don't want the backlash. They don't want the backlash. They don't want us to have the data so that we can argue this in the courts.
Right. Because that
so
that
you think there's a conspiracy to hide this?
It's not a conspiracy. I'm in Texas, and it's literally
no. That's not what a conspiracy. I'm not using conspiracy like conspiracy theory. There's a conspiracy to hide this information.
No, they're literally. They are doing it. There's no other reason to stop reporting infant mortality rates and to defund the committees that and panels that track these things. That's what they're doing. I don't like. There can only be one motive besides. I don't know. What else would be their motive?
This is a very real consequence too of not allowing people to terminate pregnancies. That infants, babies, ultimately, who are not compatible with life, are going to be born, delivered live birth, and they are going to have their parents be forced to watch them unalive in their arms. I don't understand how any person with like what you're purporting that you're saying is your morals and your conscience can be okay with that. In what world does that result in anything good? To me, it's unconscionable.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting out a little bit. What did you say was the unconscionable part? It's
unconscionable to force a woman to have a live birth for a child that has deformities that are not compatible with life and watch that infant pass away in her arms.
So again, if we can see that this child has a high likelihood, or we know that they're going to be born with, like what you said, deformities not compatible with life, then again, because all I value is the potential for a human life, I would in that case be in support of an AB.
But
the child doesn't have to go through the suffering.
Again, though, the laws and the overturning of laws at the federal level is achieving the opposite, Matthew. So this is the point, right? This is the point that some of these decisions are going to be treated. There's no way that you're going to be able to.
I think nuance has to be introduced.
And when there are doctors who are fearful they could be locked up for making the quote unquote wrong decision of, oh, maybe the child might live for 100 days. The child might live for 10 minutes, right? These are real life examples, and they don't want to make the wrong decision. We have a real problem on our hands. We have doctors, again, like Pickles is saying, they're going to leave your red states. They're going to come to my blue states, and we welcome them here. But like, I fear for the people left behind, the people who are going to suffer as a result of this. This is why it doesn't make sense to try to legislate it down to the letter and try to have, legislators who aren't medical professionals opining on this stuff when it's going to be very individual. And the doctors are going to be the best professionals in a given situation. Maybe a couple of doctors, because they may not have a consensus always, but and then to leave it up to the patient and say, what do you think we should do? What do you want to do? We'll support you. That is the compassionate choice.
Sure. So here's what I would say. My first thing would be that I agree with you. I think there needs to be a level of nuance introduced to the way doctors are treated in relation to abortion. I don't think all doctors should be, put in the situation where they're, again, balancing their own self-interest against the interests of the mother and her life, right? So I think that's not a good situation. I think that problem needs to be addressed in some way. My second point would be, I'm not necessarily against bringing it down, like you said earlier, to like the county or like a more local level. And in that case, that kind of avoids or kind of.
I was being hyperbolic with that, right? My point was that, again, if you start breaking it down, what it comes down to is people, individuals, even in the same family, are going to have differences on how they approach these things. And that's where, if you believe that women are equal citizens who should have the dignity, who have the brains, and know what their options are.
The reason I bring that up is because one of the arguments you're making is like these quote unquote healthcare deserts, right? In which like medical providers are fleeing because they're fearing legal repercussions. But if we broke down how like the laws applied to a more local level, then, because right now the problem is like if you have to go over state lines to like get an AB, that's a big problem, right? It's not accessible. It's like, it's an issue, right? For these women. But if we broke it down to a more local level, then it's way less inaccessible to have to cross like the county line, or as long as you can get it within state, right? So like that's an example of like a pragmatic way we could.
So why don't we turn it over to individual doctors and their practices? If it's not consistent with their ethics and conscience, they don't have to provide it, and otherwise, it's up to citizens, right? Doctors. Like
I wouldn't want to trust the individual doctor to like make their call every single time. I think we would need like doctors come to consensus in tandem with like citizens and government officials. They come to like a conclusion that we can then apply to the region, right? I don't think we can leave it up to every individual doctor, because I wouldn't trust that every single doctor is always going to make the right call.
Then you're gonna have your deserts, sir. So you can't have it both ways.
Well,
let's go back to mandatory.
The deserts. Wait, hold on.
Can we just?
Wait, but I don't understand. If it's broken down on a more local level than statewide, the problem with having to travel across state border to get an AB is that that's a huge trip, right? But if you only had to go across the county line, it'd be way less inaccessible for the woman.
So you want different city halls passing ordinances is what you want here.
Well, a second ago you were talking about that.
I was being a bit hyperbolic, because the point is that
you were being hyperbolic, but isn't if your goal is to bring if it's to give if it's to give more individuals more agency, wouldn't that be in line with your beliefs?
No,
we shouldn't have states deciding. We should have.
What would be in line with my beliefs is that individuals decide. That's what would be in line with my beliefs.
Right. But
otherwise, mandatory vasectomies.
Do you think it's? Yeah. So why mandatory vasectomies if we're already putting the sperm on ice? Why not just have the sperm on ice and forgo the vasectomies?
What? Because the whole point is to keep it so that there aren't accidental pregnancies happening, or forced pregnancies, because that happens too, horrifyingly.
Right, but in that case, okay, I'm not in support of like the argument that like it's the woman's fault generally, but I feel like if we were in this hypothetical world where you had to like elect somehow to be like, yes, I want the sperm that's on ice, I want to be pregnant, and then you changed your mind, I feel like in that world you would have a little more responsibility for changing your mind. Would you agree with me than you do in the real world?
Fine. Again, I'll concede that, as long as you're willing to concede that we should pursue this, because it would achieve your aims. Otherwise, I question.
Wait. Why can't you cede my? Wait. Before I answer, why can't you just concede that individually? Why do you have to stipulate? Because if I can't concede, what I say in response next shouldn't matter. I mean, we're talking about the hypothetical. Why would you only concede it if I concede that thing? They're not mutually exclusive.
What I'm trying to get at is, what are your aims? Is it to prevent unwanted pregnancy and thereby prevent AB? Or is it that you want there to be a burden on women?
I want to just weigh the value for the potential of the fetus against the woman's desire for a pregnancy.
Right. So you want to have some valuation, and you want, again, in the calculus, you want to tilt the scales to where women don't have the same rights and are, because, and like you're even admitting, we're not talking about another life. We're talking about the potential for life. And you want women to be
I'm also not talking about the life of the woman. So again, I'd be okay with abortion if like, let's say we know for certain, or like almost certain that the woman is going to die during pregnancy. I think in those cases, you're just trading a life for a life. That doesn't make sense. But if it's a woman who's just voluntarily choosing to go through with an AB because it's inconvenient for them or whatever reason, they just don't want to, it's an unwanted pregnancy, but it's not like they were great or, you know, whatever. They're not going to pass as a result of the pregnancy. Then I think the value and the
But this is
potential
where
for
I'm
the
getting stuck.
life
If it's
takes
about
precedent.
the value of life, this is where I'm getting stuck. Then why wouldn't you favor vasectomies, compulsory vasectomies?
Again, wait, can you just maybe I'm misunderstanding here. Can you just
Maybe you are.
articulate what you mean by the vasectomy thing? Because I feel like we're just going in
Do you know what a
circles.
vasectomy is?
Yes, I know what a vasectomy is.
Okay, go ahead and tell us, share with the class.
So if we gave all men vasectomies, they would be infertile. That's the relevant part here.
Well, yes. Again, that doesn't mean that there aren't, it's reversible, first of all, in most instances. So there's that. And furthermore, like I said, there are other ways for people to elect into pregnancy. Okay. So, but by doing that, like Pickles was saying, at least 99.99% of the case, the situation you're talking about of, oops, I'm pregnant and I don't want to continue with this. That's not going to be occurring because you're going to have to undergo some procedures to make the pregnancy happen. So you're choosing pregnancy.
I mean, I just think it's not a pragmatic thing to pursue. We can't, I mean, you'd have to do that operation on all men, right? So it's just like, it's such an unrealistic future.
Why?
Opposed to like stopping women from having elective abortions where you can just.
It is easier and cheaper than pregnancy is. Pregnancy comes at great cost to women and at great cost to society. Pregnancy is very complex. Vasectomies are not.
Yeah, but I'm also not like taking the stance that I think we shouldn't be having pregnancies because some will be unwanted. I'm not against pregnancies, so I think we do need pregnancies. So yes, it's true that
even unwanted ones. Why can't we prevent the unwanted ones that are going to lead to AB? What's your problem with the government saying we're coming to snip your weens? Why is that? Oh, thank God somebody put us out of our goddamn misery. Who was it? Who do we need W's in the chat for?
There's a few people. Haley, thank you for hosting this discussion. I don't know how you do it. This guest is making me nauseous. He trusts lawmakers over doctors in matter of health. What's the rest of the comments?
W. Haley. Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, it keeps cutting out. You guys get the gist though. When he wrongly, I'm gonna assume she points out something wrong that he said. Also, we have. We had L. Thank you for the kick. To kick Matthew, pregnancy is a sacrificial and unique experience he will never understand without a uterus. If you care so much about life potential, hit me up to cover your vasectomy bills so you don't procreate. Eek. LG, thank you so much. And then someone else, Neely, with the $20. Please kick this POS idiot. My head is going to explode. Thank you guys so much.
I think our guest was in like, I don't know, like probably his 100th trimester, but thank you for ABing him even in that very late stage of
Expedited removals, W.
Yeah. Thanks. That's always fun.
Yeah, thank you for coming. You did great. Thank you so much for that. And I'm sorry. There were a few others that wanted to hop up. I'm sorry. It's not a reflection of how much I love y'all. I
was just raring to go. Y'all are awesome though. Everyone in the chat, thank you so much. All right, have a good day. I'm gonna go run and take care of my fully developed human children.
All right, take it easy.
See you guys later.
Yes, LG, thank you so much for the boot. If you just, I think it was Lindsay. Thank you so much, guys. Wait, did you do it too? Yeah. Thank you so much, LG and Neely. Pickles is snipped, and that 100% the truth. He has so much guilt that he let women pressure him into snipping his manhood. LMAO, that's your host. Guys, I did this when I was dating my girlfriend. She never even asked me to do it. I made the appointment in September, and that was like 1 year or a month after I started dating her. She never even mentioned it. I just said, hey, guess what? I'm going to do this. And she was very excited about it, but no one pressured me to do it. And that's what a real man does, is he protects his partner. protects his partner from unwanted abortions or unwanted pregnancies. That's a real man move. That's big boy moves. And correct, vasectomy is 15 to 30-minute procedure. That's right. You drop trowel, they get in there, no scalpels. You walk out the next day. They just tell you not to do anything like that for, I think it's like 2 weeks, and then you're good. Weak man moves. You should be careless with your seed. You should be spilling it everywhere. Get fucking wrecked. Get wrecked. The next day, what vasectomy did you get? Not next day. It was a what's it called? A scalpelless procedure. The thing they used looked like a pin. So like they pushed a button and this like high pressure spray came out, and that's what they used to make the incision. And the incision's the size of a grain of rice. And then they get in there and they do something. I couldn't look, but that's all I knew. Yeah. Yellow.
Like you said, it was bad.
Love it. Sounds great. Next day, but it's same day. I don't think you can do anything active. You can't be active the same day. You might be able to. It's not effective, and it takes like 3 months before it's actually they ask you to come back and do like a test to see if you're still whether you're shooting blanks or not. Did I feel any pain? It was a little bit of discomfort, not pain. Was not painful. Pickles, you'd be a great dad. You know what? I like my dog. I like my dog. Yeah, it's not overnight. Yeah. No, I was in and out the same day. I was in the doctor's office tops 30 minutes. We went and ate ice cream after that. Guys, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. We should be telling teenagers it's an option in their 20s. Yeah, I agree. Was it like an accidental sack tap? That's, you know what? It's not even that. Like the feeling, the pain is the surface level, like skin. It's not the fragile part that you think about. You don't feel that pain there. My girlfriend watched my vasectomy. She probably knows more than I do. Yeah, the tubes. Yeah, there's some sort of the wiring down there. They figure that out. What is that? Oh. You guys know the tube. Oh, wow. You guys are smart. I just looked up what you're typing in chat. Thank you. The vas deferens is also called a ductus deferens or a sperm duct. This long muscular tube runs from the epididymis to the pelvic cavity behind your bladder, connects to your urethra through a structure called the yak duct. I won't say that word. Yeah, they go figure that out. Library called this. They need to go back. Oh, that's why they call it a vasectomy. Oh, they carry the swimmers through. Okay, you guys know more than I do, guys. The yak. Yeah. Epididymis. Let's debate, guys. I am tired. We've been going. This is my. We're running up on 7 hours of debates. My brain is completely fried. I don't know. I feel like I miss Rachel for sending y'all mothers. Epididymis. Let's debate about vasectomies. Yikes. Scared to debate as always. Guys, I'll debate anybody, anywhere, just not right now. Come back tomorrow. Guys, we are... you know what? I might come back a little bit later. I just want to... I want to fucking veg out, bro. I've been live for almost 7 hours. Can we just do subscription only? I'm going to do sub only, chat. And we're going to bring friendlies up. We're going to bring friendlies up. I know you guys hate me because I'm lazy sometimes, but this is what I got to do. It. My brain, I have real bad ADD, and I can only stay focused for so long. Hope to see you this weekend. I will be doing this weekend. I will be doing this. My girlfriend is she wants to have a relaxed weekend, so I'll probably be taking time to just do this and chill with y'all. What's up, dude?
Pickles.
How you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm all right. All right, talking about stuff all day.
I know you've been on. You've been doing good.
Yeah, just for you, bub.
Yeah, just for me. Yeah. So keep an eye out because my big conference is next week, and I'm gonna probably be going live.
Oh, sick. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely keep an eye out.
I'd appreciate it.
Someone asked if I'm going to go to any Pride events this month. Yeah, most likely. I live real close to the neighborhood, and they have the dopest parties.
The dopest parties?
Yeah. I lived in the neighborhood for like 5 years, 6 years. The best neighborhood in the world. Best neighborhoods ever. Trish Dish, thank you for the gifteds.
What?
Sounds utopian. It is. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. If anybody wants to come up, I'm doing friendlies. We're doing a friendly hour. We're just gonna hang out. Thank you guys so much. Thank you so much, Trish,
hello.
For the subscriptions. What's up, bub?
How's it going, Mike?
Hey, thank you, Trish. Thank you so much. Enjoy your dinner. It's going good. It's going good.
I know you look a little beat. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's been a few hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Time to veg out.
Well, after being off for a week.
I know he had a paid vacation or non-paid vacation.
Yeah, I had a paid vacation.
Hey now.
Hey, I just came to help you with that pronunciation.
Okay.
Epididymis.
Epididymis. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. No problem.
Thank you. I know more about my stuff now.
Weren't you supposed to know that before your
How's it going, everybody?
How's it going, Infectious?
Yeah, I mean,
oh, Pickle
I was
just
so
went
gung ho
black
about
on
it. Yeah.
I'm
And
proud of it. I wish I would have thought of it before my day.
I mispronounced sacrificial. Sacrificial? Sacrificial? Sub-infectious. In the Vimo, but that was right. Okay. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, not a lot.
You guys
Just chilling.
really supported me today. Thank you.
I do love the line of logic breakdown when he try to support the forced vasectomies. You know, he refuses to do that, but he's okay with the controlling women's bodies. It's like, who are you to say, man?
Because he thinks that he was a respectable person at one point.
Right.
What a day. What a day.
You need to put your green glasses on.
God damn it.
There you go. That looks better.
All right. All right. Is the fridge fixed yet? Yes. Guys, look at this beautiful. Look at this beautiful. Hold on, I'll just do this. Guys, I am so stoked about everything going on here. I have.
How long did it take your landlord to fix your fridge, Pickles?
It's like a week and a half.
A week and a half.
Yeah.
You are such the tenant.
Seriously though, yeah. That's a lot of loss of food.
Yeah.
Like, gorgeous new fridge. Yeah, I know. I lost it was a lot of food, but whatever. Santana paid me for most of it, so Santana made up for it.
Oh, that's a W.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Not.
All right, I had to get it on my Wi-Fi. My 5G went to shit.
I'm excited, guys. I had an email about this agency process hiding in my fucking email for
Oh, it was in your spam
weeks.
or something?
No, I kept searching for an email from TikTok. The email was from fucking ByteDance.
Oh yeah, because they're the parent company technically,
God
right?
damn it. Yes.
Yeah.
So are you on a go on that then?
I think so.
That's
think
huge.
so.
Remember, I'm one of your first agents, man.
All right. All right.
I'm kind of giving up on the other one that Allison never gets back a hold of me about it, so.
I will have this. I'm pretty sure it's going to be soon. They requested more information from me just now, and I gave it to them, which is usually a good sign. I think we're in good hands.
W name
Right,
on
you
the
know me,
agency,
usually
by
I'm
the way.
rolling around the comments of different places, so I'm always around.
I'm so stoked about my agency's name.
It's so good.
You did do a pretty good job with that one.
Yeah, thank you. Pistachio ice cream in the freezer, guys. I went to the ice cream store last night. They don't make that fucking flavor anymore. They stopped
Pistachio?
it. They stopped my pistachio flavor, and they stopped the other flavor that I got, lavender honey. Gone. Fucking gone, dude. Now they have like kiwi and some other shit. Yeah, dude. Oh my.
You need to find a new ice
quit,
cream.
right?
What?
Kiwi.
You need to find a new ice cream place.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Because the
pistachio
tariffs.
ice cream you can find. Yeah.
It could be the tariffs. God damn it, Trump. Ruining fucking everything, dude.
Pickles, I only caught the last bit of that last dude's debate, and I'm kind of glad that I only caught part of it.
He's a regular on a few lives, actually. I've seen him on a few places.
He could have been cringier. I mean, his whole stance sucked, but
You made me
could have
curious
been
about
worse,
pistachios.
for sure.
You made me curious about pistachios. I looked up our pistachios imported into the U.S. The U.S. is actually one of the largest exporters of pistachios, along with Iran and Turkey.
Why the fuck are they so expensive then?
I don't know. We have them in New Mexico, and they're expensive here.
Damn. What's up, Star? Maybe an accident? Hello.
While we're waiting on
Oh,
Star, do you mind if I do a quick shameless KC Pride Parade, Kansas
Please do.
City Pride Parade plug?
Please do.
All right. Anyone in the comments, if you are in Kansas City or near Kansas City and you want a dope ass Pride Parade to go to, hit us up tomorrow. I'll be in the parade representing my second business, Spa Local. But other than that, it's just going to be a good time.
That's badass.
Hell yeah.
are you gonna go live?
I don't think I have enough followers to go live. Plus, I have really bad ADD, so I think it would be probably the lowest quality video that anyone would ever want to see.
I don't think so.
Nah. I
You know, I was
gonna say,
actually pretty excited. My 11-year-old daughter, unprompted, asked to go to Pride this year.
That's a beautiful
hey,
thing.
I've never been before, and so we figured, you know what? What the hell? Yeah, we're gonna go.
Oh yeah.
So when we
Right
have
on.
our state Pride parade, we're gonna go.
Dubs. Dubs. Yeah, ours is insane. Ours is absolutely insane. They shut down this like whole street, and there's there's just like a street of gay clubs, and I think it's called Cedar Creek, and it's insane. It's insane. You have to be of age to get in to ours, so it's a little crazier.
I was gonna
that
say most of the
honestly
clubs I've
sounds
been to.
amazing. I wish ours was of age, but I do know so many people with kids and stuff that I'm like, it's probably good for our future. I'm just not a kid person.
Yeah.
I think we're all tired from being on too long pickles. You wore us all out.
Ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum-bum.
Did you already do your daily Pokemon?
I did. I might have something to open up real quick. I'm looking at something else right now, real quick though.
Do you have any like rainbow swag for your daughter to wear to her first Pride?
Oh, she's got plenty.
Nice.
She's got her rainbow bling to take with her. She likes rainbows and bright colors and unicorns anyway, so.
I love that. Ours, I normally do all the rainbow stuff and flowy stuff and everything, but this year is Kansas City's 50th anniversary, or it's our 50th Pride, so it's gold themed for our anniversary.
Oh, nice, nice.
Oh, yeah, I don't know
I'm
about
gonna be
it.
heading to Omaha, so.
I love Omaha. It's not too far.
Yeah, the more and more that community gets attacked, the more and more we need to go and support.
Absolutely. Our prides just our parades just got big enough that now we legally have to have snipers. Oh shit. Probably can't say that. Professional pew-pewers on roofs just in case. Even though it doesn't stop anything ever. But I'm like, awesome. I love that for us. Nope.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I got your sour Skittles pop freeze dried like you had earlier. How you like them, Jason? They're intense. They're intense. Sorry, that's totally.
You know you can get those at Walmart for like $3 instead of $9.
I know, but it's the name brand, which literally they take name brand Skittles and do that with them. But yeah,
And you're
I don't
giving
know.
money to the Waltons, exactly. Yeah, I'm a big proponent versus like voting with my dollar. I haven't been and paid in Walmart in years because I just refuse to like give that money to them.
Ditto. My literal half my personality is supporting local. That's why my name is Lady Local KC.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, even when I buy eggs, I buy them from an egg farm out here. It's about like don't know, 3 to 5 miles away from my house.
That's nice. I'm like downtown proper, so that's hard to come by.
It would take a minute. Yeah, you'd have to travel probably 2 hours outside of big towns to get anywhere where there's agriculture or anything like
No,
that, you know?
not necessarily. KC's really weird. Like we are a blue gem, like amazing city, but because we're in a deep red state, you could probably drive like 15, 20 minutes in any direction and you can hit some level of even just like a farmer's market that will have all that stuff. But our big one downtown, I don't think I've ever seen anyone sell eggs or anything there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
you can go
I would
15
have to.
minutes in any direction and it can quickly become Trump country.
I'd have to agree with you, but Skittles are kind of hard to find local.
True.
Can't keep me out of your chat. What's up, Truth?
Got a sub just to join in. I love it.
Thank you
Welcome
guys so
to the
much.
Buzz
Thank you,
family.
Xander. Thank you, Truth and Trouble. Thank y'all so much. I don't get the sounds anymore. I need to get the sounds back. This debate below is such a boring stream, guys. We are not doing debates anymore. This is friendly hour. I should just take down the sign. We are done with debates for today. It is chill time. If you're looking for more debates, keep scrolling, guys. Give me a follow. We do these almost every day. But yeah, end of the day, it's Friday. Time to let her hair down. As I tell my girlfriend, I say, I'm gonna let my D down. I'm gonna let my D down.
Speaking of letting your hair down, I better bop off of here. I gotta start getting ready for tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope you have a good day.
I will. Hopefully you have a good relaxing weekend.
All right, I will. Hello?
Hi.
Hello, are you friendly?
I am friendly. I did want to talk to the lady that wasn't going to Kansas City because I'm actually from Topeka, but I had one question. If you, should we provide Elon with mass amnesty if he can provide that he helped with the election? Or do we let him go to Russia with all of our information?
Damn.
Because Russia, declared political asylum for Elon. But if we pretend we're his friendlies and get all the information from him, then we have to provide him something like amnesty. That's my thing. So either he runs with all of our information in hand to Russia, which use Starlink to go on the election, or we provide get a Democratic or whatever lawyer that will provide the mass amnesty. If we can provide that the whole administration knew he was in the Epstein files, then we can get everyone for aiding and abetting, right?
I don't know how that would work. I think that the knowledge of him being in those files would probably come after he got into presidency.
Yeah, and they released it 5 months ago. So, and those other those other people were like bragging about it, showing that they had it, and they were going to release it, and then they never did. So all those people knew, and if this is true, if it comes to truth and Elon proves it and all that stuff, so if they prove it and whatnot, would that technically mean they were all aiding and abetting?
I don't know if that counts as aiding and abetting.
And then the whole administration would go down. Well, I mean, it is like with a criminal and knowing. So I think it'd be aiding and abetting. That'd be my opinion.
I think that might be closer to something like blocking justice or something like that. I'm trying to think of the term for it rather than aiding and abetting.
Obstruction of justice.
Oh, domestic terrorism. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Domestic.
It could be obstruction of justice. You could be charged as an accomplice in their crime.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, Elon's never running to Russia. That's just never going to happen. All of his wealth is tied up in stock here. That's not. He can't just liquidate that and run.
Yeah, but you can
He
still
would
be
literally be giving up everything.
You can still be part of a stock market without actually being a citizen, right? Like Steven Seagal is still part of the stock market. All these people are still investing in our stock market from different countries.
Where
So,
is he?
Well,
Is
no,
he,
they would
is he in
freeze your
Moscow?
assets.
Steven Seagal, yeah, a piece
They
of
would freeze your
cricket.
assets. Look at what happened to Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden had all his bank accounts and everything were all frozen as soon as he left the country.
Yeah, but all Elon has to do is just transfer it into other people's names.
Oh, and sorry
No,
to
he can't
interrupt
because he doesn't have it
anything.
in cash. That's the problem. It's all in stock.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's
No,
all
I
in stock.
understand.
Elon Musk lives like most billionaires in this country do. They own a lot of crap. They take out a lot of loans with that crap as collateral, and they spend the loans. That's how they avoid taxes.
Right.
Yeah, but if another country, if the country you're living in is coming at you for, let's say, terrorism, or Trump wants to, send him back to South Africa, wherever, why wouldn't he want to take everything he can and make a run for it? So what I'm saying is someone needs to kind of offer a mass amnesty before Trump, starts making these blind threats, and then he does up and leave. Because wouldn't you want to go to a country that is going to endorse you and make you literally like their president? I mean, Putin will make him the second-hand man. Elon doesn't care what side he's on.
Not in a million years. Not in a million years. Putin's already pissed off with the oligarchy in Russia.
Yeah,
That's
but
part of the reason why he couldn't take Ukraine so quickly, was because the whole problem that he's had so far, and this is shown in how he's acted towards oligarchs and rich people in his own country, since this happened. When the start of the Ukraine war started, the first thing we started finding out was all of their newest, latest, greatest equipment was garbage.
Right.
It broke down, it fell apart, it was poorly manufactured, because the way he runs his country is he gives a bunch of money to oligarchs and he says, here, build me a military. And they took most of the money and ran with it. So he has no trust or like for his oligarchs anymore. That's why Putin consolidated power.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Kind of
so I guess I guess it just goes back to the main question. Does Elon deserve amnesty if he were to give up Trump? And the only person who's had like a okay answer was yes, but if we find out anything after he gives us the information, then we could prosecute him. If we find something out about Elon that he did something corrupt along the way, and he didn't acknowledge it or bring it up when we asked him for the amnesty, then we could go after him because, that's not filed under the information he gave us.
I think amnesty would be too far to go. I really do. I mean, offer him a deal, yeah. Tell him, all right, you won't see a day in jail. You'll get some fines, you'll get some guilty convictions, and that's it. You plead guilty to these lesser charges, and
I guess not
give us the
amnesty, because that means he could still do shitty things and get away with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
At least he's held accountable, and at least we can hit him in his wallet where it hurts.
Yeah, even
can
taking
find a load of
government
crap out of
subsidies
that
away would be huge. $8 million a day is massive. So
y'all are willing to let Elon basically walk if he admits that he did something illegal, just to go after Trump and or the administration too. I mean, I highly doubt it'll just be the Trump.
Here's the thing.
I don't think that
who's going to
U.S. law
prosecute?
enforcement has done for decades.
Who's going to prosecute Trump? It would have to be an impeachment. That's it. Because
So we're
the
waiting for midterms.
The DOJ is not going to prosecute Trump. They're not going to do
And
shit.
I don't think anyone's letting anyone walk. I don't know if you've ever been part of any legal proceedings, but it is so hard to get justice that a lot of times going after what you want to happen punishment wise and justice wise, they will just straight up tell you, yeah, no, that's not going to happen because of who people are. And so it's so hard to get the proper justice. So as long as we can get some sort of proof of guilt rather than
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we can nail Trump to the cross, and Elon confirmed it with evidence and all this stuff, is it right to let a known criminal that did so much harm to the American people still walk by trying to get other people that we don't like? You know what I mean?
It'll never be right, but I think due to how America has reacted and acted to this stuff in the past, I think it would be more like a social shame than any sort of legal proceedings. I think America would turn on him as a social system, but I don't think
I
that
agree
he
with
would be
you
able to
that
do much.
it's hard to get a conviction. That's why the E. Jean Carroll is so important, is because it was what, 20, 30 years later, she had evidence and she still won. You know what I mean? Like,
That was a
and
civil.
those kinds of cases are so hard to prove and then so late later that most of the times they just settle outside of court and say insufficient evidence.
Oh
So, I
yeah,
mean,
no, I
you can't say that
fully.
it's not possible that, like,
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. I'm not saying I don't think that it's impossible. I think that the way how sticky our system is right now, we won't get what we want. I'm not saying we shouldn't try or hold him accountable. I just think
that the consequences will be harsher if he was out of office.
the consequences would be harsher if he was out of office. But honestly, anyone like that, their prison is not it's going to be a social thing more than anything. They can't really be hurt too much until like people turn on them because they thrive on power. So I think go after it. I want it all to happen.
Right. And I'm not gonna lie, when the Pope kind of died, I was like trying to get people to like maybe let Elon be Pope just because the power would go to his head, and then all the Catholics would just take him out.
I don't know.
But he sadly doesn't want power. He just wants to be where everyone else is to get what he wants. Trump wants power.
Well, that's why he freaked out and said, "This is what it feels like to win," because he doesn't care about power.
Yep. Oh.
Anyway, before I gotta jump off of here, I only joined back up because Mussy, you said you had a question about Casey Pride.
No, I was just gonna tell you to be safe, and because I know I'm from Topeka originally, but now I live in Texas. And yeah, Fred Phelps and all that. I'm from that hometown. My husband and I been together 18 years. Yeah, we're together 18 years, and we still don't even do any PDA because of literal that one guy.
PTSD.
Yeah, the Westboro. So, yeah, it was. I just wanted you to be safe. I know about this shooting that did happen. What, last year?
Yeah.
Or the pew-pewing. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
No,
yeah, I was telling you, be
hardcore
careful.
appreciate that.
Liberty Monument. So it's gonna be packed and busy, and yeah, crazy things happen. Just head on a swivel and good luck.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. I was speaking of Westboro. I was at the concert when Dave Grohl packed up his music gear and put out.
Went outside.
Yeah, and Westboro was there protesting, and they went out there and they were playing music louder and basically saying "fuck you" to Westboro. And I was there. I didn't get to see that. I was already in, but I was like, God.
Every single one of our school road trips, or like when you went on a field trip, every single one had him there. Every single one. God hates blah blah blah, doing everything. Every civic theater and all that was all protested because it was his hometown. I used to work at Sonic. He was at my Sonic on the corner on Friday nights every time. So I'd play, Lady Gaga and eat lunch on my hood, but you can't do anything because they all are lawyers. They all have cameras and they all, you know what I mean? And that's why you cannot get a permit for protesting in Kansas, is because all of the Phelpses, the children of Fred,
They monopolize it.
yeah, and my dad went to school with a bunch of them. They're all lawyers, so they all make sure that no one's allowed to get a protesting. Have you noticed there's no actual protesting? It's just a group of people walking around, but it's not an official protest because no protests are allowed because of them.
Oh, I did not know that.
I went to prom with my husband and two Phelpses that were disowned by the family.
Nice. I was actually just about to say that when we were talking about social justice and stuff. One of his granddaughters, I'm pretty sure she used TikTok, but she used one of the social media platforms and basically left, got excommunicated, and just told all, and it opened up a lot of people's eyes. I thought it was really cool.
It is absolutely crazy how, because they live in a compound, that all your information is just your family, and your family loves you. So when your family's in the same cult, it's also very hard to get out.
Yep.
But if you even just do one thing, like ask the stupid question or whatnot, they'll also kick you out of their house at 16, 17, 18 and say you're not even theirs anymore.
I believe it. It's
Yeah, it's terrifying because a kid that's been taken care of and now is out on the street, you know what I mean? And he thinks everything's evil because that's what he's taught. It's absolutely terrifying.
you keep somebody's world itty bitty. They're scared of everything,
Yep.
and you can fearmonger
Right.
them into submission.
And I don't know how many states, but there are plenty of states that let you have children and keep them in a cage. I know it sounds so crazy, but you're allowed to not make your child go to school. You're allowed to have them in a room and never let. I could literally have a child and tell them, "I'm God. I'm your God. Don't need to read. Don't need to write. Nothing," and it's totally legal.
I gotta look into that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't not believe you because there's some stupid, crazy shit, but goddamn, that sounds insane.
I mean, yeah. Well, most of these people who do the homeschooling and whatnot, like, how are you going to tell, who are these children reporting to? You know what I mean? So
Right.
why wouldn't they?
Well, there's a lot of people who will have home births too, because then that child has no social security number and they're completely off grid. And I mean, that's basically child trafficking, in my opinion. Anyway, shit's crazy. I could go into this hole forever. So I'm gonna bop off. I'll stay safe. Thank you for thinking of that. And thanks for letting me do a shameless plug, Pickles. Always
Anytime.
love listening to you.
Anytime. Katie, what's up?
Real quick, we should acknowledge the 64K followers.
Oh yeah, 60. Thank you guys so much for 64K followers. Thank y'all so much, y'alls. I think someone's sleeping. You're welcome to come back if you're not actually asleep.
W64K for sure. It's been a long road, Pickles, but I'm glad you're here.
100K soon, chat. 100K soon.
You gonna play that console for a bit or what? While you veg out and then come back or what?
I don't know, man. I might get on my alt. And gaming stream. Jason's
some
down.
game.
Pickles is my
You think
favorite
about playing
creator.
33 or Assassin's Creed?
Final Fantasy VII remake. I think that's what I want to play.
Oh, Final Fantasy VII, nice.
I actually really want to switch to for some reason. I don't know why. Holly, thank you for the sub.
Oh yeah, I saw a bunch of videos of the people in line and stuff like that waiting.
I've been playing the hell out of Fortnite lately. I love the new Star Wars season.
Fork knife? Come on. PUBG's better than fork knife.
You know, I like watching PUBG, but I never like playing it. I
Really?
just don't like the game mechanic. It doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah, the one I really liked as far as mobile, and I've played it on PC as well, I believe, was Apex Legends, because the movement and the alts and all that kind of stuff was really fun to play with.
Apex is pretty fun. I like playing Call of Duty Mobile.
I did have that downloaded for a while, but I felt like I would go into the arena and my limb count would be like through the roof, and I just felt like a pro gamer. And it, like Pickles knows, that's not the case. You know, like
Yeah, you end up getting a lot of bots in COD. That's one of the
Yeah.
only downfalls.
Yeah, exactly.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Sparrow.
Pickles, I was gonna ask your opinion as like a tech guy. What do you think about the like smart glasses? Other than the usual like worry about privacy and that kind of stuff, but tech-wise version.
I wouldn't mind trying them. I don't know how, like, I feel like they're just as useful as like an Apple Watch. Like, they're kind of fun. There's some functionality you might get, like if you have a certain job or a certain lifestyle, it might be really cool. I don't know. They've come a long way. I think they're cool.
Yeah, there's just so many times where I'm like, shit, I wish I had those glasses and you could just touch them and take a picture or take a little video, because there's just like those little moments where you're like, I can't believe I'm seeing this, and there's no time to pull out a phone.
Yeah.
But I don't know how they are for quality, and
I don't know. I would love to get some of those like Ray-Ban ones for just like doing video. And I also have seen some on TikTok that seem dope, like a pair of glasses I could actually see myself wearing and not look like a goofball. I think they're finally starting to hit that point.
well, because there's like I don't know, some glass place like in the mall that my store is in, and they said that they can actually put my prescription, because I have prism glasses, and they said they can actually put my prescription into like the Ray-Bans, and I'm like, that would be kind of cool, but I would want to make sure I don't look like a moron.
Yeah.
Big chunky ass glasses.
Yeah. Like they pretty much look like bees.
Can I give a technician's view of those glasses?
Pardon me?
I'll give you a technician's view of those glasses. I work on phones and stuff for a living. When you look at a pair of glasses, part of the reason why a pair of glasses can last you for several years is because of the way they're built structurally, right? Because of the way the earpieces are set up, there's thick parts, thin parts, that kind of stuff. As soon as you start drilling holes and putting electronics in there, you weaken the living hell out of everything. And so they're not going to be long lasting. I mean, they want to charge between $300 to $600 for those smart glasses, and they break at the drop of a hat. Right. No, thank you. We shrink the technology down far enough to where it's barely in like one little part in the very front of the glasses. Mm-hmm. I'll be impressed at that point.
Yeah, I'd say there's certain scenarios like video, having the ability to video off of like glasses and stuff like that could be very helpful in many scenarios. Like let's say you're at a protest or something like that, and you, like you say, you don't want to pull your phone out to start the video and stuff like that because you have no idea what's going to happen. You could be like being accosted or something like that, right? Like, so having something already up and running all time is huge,
Yeah, I mean, like nowhere near as cool as a protest, but like say right now I'm making like hundreds of tiny turtles out of royal icing, and it would be really cool to have like a POV of me actually doing it. And anytime I try and like put my phone on a stand, it's just in the way. Like you end up just doing a really crappy job smacking it around and just making mistakes because you have this big clunky phone in front of your face. Right. And so it's like, even just for business, like that would be cool. But I just don't know if it's worth it, like the actual quality. Because sometimes I see people taking videos and I'm like, oh, is that on one of those smart things? Or they have like a GoPro on like a hat or something.
Yeah, GoPro, I've used GoPro a ton for like automotive use, going to the track and stuff like that and just getting footage of me driving. Mm-hmm. I love GoPros. Like they are literally just the most resilient thing, Mine's so beat up. It was one of the early 4K ones, and the thing still powers on. Everything still works,
Yeah, that was gonna be because I've seen the GoPros that I think you can put them on your chest, but I think there's like forehead ones too, and so that's kind of what I was going back and forth on, is if I'd want to do that or.
Exactly, and the attachments are. I mean, Infectious can probably say. I'm sure he's worked on a few of those things, but like the attachments are through the roof. Like I have a cage mount one, right? That's got a little loop that goes around the cage of my car. Yeah. And plugs the plastic housing around it onto it and stuff, and I really enjoy them.
Yeah, they do break a lot.
Mine's, the 4K one, that one's probably what, like 6-7 years old. It's so beat up, but it still works great. I don't get it. Maybe I just got lucky.
Like 6 years ago, I had one of those DJI Osmo gimbal, whatever the heck one it is. Not the one that attaches to your phone, but the one that has its own camera in it.
Right.
And that thing was freaking amazing. But yeah, I'm just looking. It's so hard to know because when you look online, like even when you look on like here and stuff, it's like everyone's just trying to sell something, so you can't really get like unbiased reviews sometimes.
Yeah, plus like paid reviews. Yeah, exactly. Just like you have to like physically read through them to make sure that they're like legit reviews or sound legit.
Yeah. But yeah, that's cool. Sounds like the glasses, maybe not so much for my interests. Because there is like the whole like moral thing about them. Like just videoing people doing whatever.
Well, I mean, if you're in public, right, it's your right. Like that's the whole premise about being in public. Now, if you're in somebody's private house or private business and stuff like that, then of course they have the right to say no recording and all that. But I mean, you just have to know when you can and when you can't. And being in public, you have all the advantage, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
It's one thing I like about watching like auditors.
I could see myself rocking these.
Yeah, they're not bad.
The other cool thing about the glasses is I think I could get them for like
Those are sharp.
is that the which ones are those?
These are called the Even G1s. These are the ones I saw on TikTok for sure. And you can see they've got the technology pretty well hidden inside of them.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I like that the frames are like smaller because I like the thick frames. Like I think it's cool, but it just does not do well for my face.
Hinges without screws, minimal magic.
Because another thing is I have very good extended medical and stuff, so I can get most of it paid for.
Ooh.
I know, that's what's really tempting about it. I have to wait just like a couple more months and then my eyeglass thing resets and then I have a bunch of money to go and get whatever I want.
I'm sure I could use corrective lenses.
Yeah, I actually have perfect vision technically, and I always I went to a optometrist and I was like, but I swear to God, my eyes are so strained. Like I get migraines, I get all this and that. And I was watching a stupid video on TikTok, and it was like, oh, I got diagnosed with this thing called binocular vision dysfunction, and this is like easy at-home ways you can test it. And then I did it, and I was like, what the hell? And then I went to a neuro-optometrist instead of a regular optometrist, and I got tested for it. And I got my glasses 9 months ago, and I have not had a single headache since then. And I used to be a daily Advil user, daily. And then
migraines are the worst too. Like when that starts, it's like, you know, that could be like an 8-hour ordeal if you're not medicating yourself accordingly.
It's terrible. So the easy at-home way to tell if you do it is you hold your thumb, like you're giving someone the thumbs up. You hold your thumb at like arm's length, and you close and open like one eye at a time, like open, close, open, like camera one, camera two, camera one, camera two. And you should technically be seeing the same thing, but from a very minimal, slightly different angle, left, right, left. But if it looks like your thumb is like jumping, like from when I do it, it looks like my thumb is jumping left and right about 1.5 inches. So it should technically just be like a slightly turned version of your thumb. Like if you imagine when you're looking binocular vision, your eyes want to look at the same thing. But my eyes actually don't look at the exact same thing. And so I wear prism glasses, which create prism in the lenses to force my eyes to look at the same direction without actually making my eyes have to turn. Because basically
I literally am doing that. My thumb is jumping.
I just did it right now too, actually. It's crazy.
Left to right, my 26-year-old daughter jumps up and down. So her eyes are actually like vertically not misaligned. So what happens is you're still, so why nothing looks really blurry to me, everything looks fine, is that my eyes make up the difference by forcing my eyes to look at the same point. And so your eyes are constantly straining to make up that difference. So yeah, it's super easy. If you look up binocular vision dysfunction, and there's like one guy who's in the States and he's really good. He shows lots of at-home things, but that's why like the magic eye things and stuff don't work for me. My eyes, like I can't do those kind of tricks and stuff, but he's got like a ton of things that should look three-dimensional. And when I wear my glasses, they look three-dimensional. When I don't wear my glasses, I do not actually see the three dimension. Sorry. But yeah, so my 26-year-old has it. We're getting my 8-year-old tested because she's just started getting migraines. But yeah, it's very interesting, and a lot of people don't realize they have it. And it is somewhat associated for whatever reason with like ADD. It's like they're very comorbid.
As Pickles throws his hands up. Yeah, like, of course it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's worth getting tested. But yeah, so that's what my glasses are for. So I have to wear them all the time. But yeah, it'd be fun to get like.
I literally squint this eye.
Yeah.
Really hard when I'm looking at anything.
Yeah.
There is a huge possibility I have this.
Yeah. And the thing is like, and people will always say like, oh no, I've gone to the optometrist lots. I have 20/20 vision. My vision is totally fine. It's not an optometrist, it's a neuro optometrist. So it's the connection, and it's not like all like hippy dippy. They actually have like crazy machines where you're like looking at a screen and it has cameras that are following your pupils, and you are watching like a ball bounce side to side and up and down, and it's watching your pupils individually to see if they're connecting at the exact same place that they should be. It's really cool.
God damn it.
But yeah, it's like literally been a life changer for me. But yeah, so I have never worn glasses in my life, and now I've had to wear them every day for like the last 8 months, and I'm like, might as well get some cool POVs while I'm at it. But yeah, I should see maybe how much my vision like coverage comes off of it, but yeah, I think that the what's it called, the one that you can wear on your head is probably like a better long-term thing.
That is so good to know. I have a reason to go to the optometrist. I wonder how much it costs to go to an optometrist without insurance.
So you want to go to make sure it's a neuro optometrist. He has to specifically have the equipment that can test for it, because even an optometrist, if you say like, I think I might have binocular vision dysfunction, he can like look at you and he can see sometimes, like, especially if it's really pronounced, like if your eyes are not kind of connecting at the same place, but they don't have the equipment because it's like such minute differences to actually go, this is your plus this minus this left to right. I wonder where the guy, there's a guy who I follow on here, and he does tons of great videos. I'm not sure where he is though. I wonder, I think he's like maybe in California or something, but yeah, you want a neuro optometrist. And when I went, or my 26-year-old doesn't have like extended coverage, and I think it cost her $250 for like all the testing and stuff.
I mean, to be fair, that's not horrible.
No, she was happy to pay it. I paid for her like glasses. She paid for her visit. But like, yeah, the thing is it's like it made a huge difference for her as well. She was like going to the hospital with migraines, so she's pretty happy.
Yeah, my dad used to have migraines like crazy when I was a kid and had to take injections because of it, like the Imitrex stuff, and it was like wild to see him where he would basically be laying down with like, you know, something covering his eyes so no light would come in and stuff like that, and he'd be down for like a few hours just to try to like make the migraine go away, and those injections wouldn't always work, you know, sometimes.
No, my oldest has the eye drops.
The drops, yeah.
They're like they're originally made for people with glaucoma.
Right.
And they found that people with glaucoma were like, hey, these are, for some reason my migraines are getting better, but you have to catch it like right at the beginning.
Right.
But even they're not like 100%. But yeah, just another interesting medical thing to look into. But because like when I'm not at my store, I literally am sewing 24/7. And I used to always think that like, so I imagine same thing with you sitting at a computer. I used to think like I just had really bad ergonomics. Like I would get like migraines, but I would think that it was starting at my neck because my neck and my shoulders would be super stiff. And I thought it was just from me like tensing my shoulders, having bad ergonomics while I was sewing. And it was actually like the cause and effect were completely flipped around because I have not had a single headache and I've sewed for like 8 hours straight since I got my glasses. And it's that I was trying to like focus on such a really small area that it was so much worse.
Yeah, no sewing is like hard on your eyes too. Yeah, because you're always on a fine point.
Yeah, you're looking like right down the center.
Literally focused down basically on this tiny, tiny spot, you know?
Yeah. Okay, hang on, I have to move.
Y'all's, I think I'm ready to get off.
Let's get it. Time to play video games.
Yeah, I'm gonna call my girlfriend, tell her goodnight, play some video games.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I'll see y'all in a little bit. I'm gonna go live on my alt account, Dark Pickles. I'll see y'all there, chat. I love yous. I hope to see y'all soon. Goodbye. Good night.
So you going to be on the Dark Pickles or not Pickles?
Dark Pickles.
Okay.
I know, now we got to clarify what account, you know? Open another one just so we got like 4 in the mix, you know?
I'll do both. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, chat. I'll catch y'all later.
All right.
Have a good night, guys.
Bye.